Good morning everyone, and welcome to the SPE conference, Building the Bridge, Oil and Gas Expertise for Geothermal Development. My name is Andrea Lamberti, I'm the SPE Italian Section Chairperson, and the event of today was born almost 1 year ago when we issue a number of our SPE journal fully dedicated to geothermal. And in that moment we realized that around geothermal energy there is a huge community of experts that wants to collaborate, to create a network, to talk, to share expertise, and to support the development of geothermal energy. And so we decided to organize an in-person event just to allow a part of this community to meet and to create bridges. So today we will talk a lot about bridge. And several of the speakers of today also contributed to the preparation of that journal. And this is exactly the mission of SPE. SPE is an international non-profit association of experts, of professionals in the energy world. And the mission of SPE is exactly this. So create networking, share the knowledge, give the possibility to people to meet, to talk, and again, to create bridges. So this event was possible to strong partnership. First of all, our sponsor that give us the possibility to organize this event. So let me thank our platinum sponsor, Baker Hughes, Sproul ERC, Sequent, and Geolog, and our silver sponsor, DG Impianti, Chimec, and Steam. Thanks to you, we were able to organize this event. There is an exposition area outside the auditorium, so I really invite you to visit them during the breaks because they can show you very interesting technologies in terms of geothermal energy. And this event was also possible thanks to the patronage of the SPT Geothermal Technical Session. There will be a speech later on, and UTIP and UGI and ATIP that collaborate with us in the organization of the event. I want also to thank ENI that is hosting us today in these beautiful venues, in particular Sarah that contributed a lot in the organization of the event, so thank you very much. I ask you a big applause to Sarah that helped us a lot. And obviously to all the speakers that today we share with you and with us their knowledge, their point of view, their vision on geothermal energy development. Last but not the least, I want to thank the team that contributed and collaborated in the organization of the event. They are all volunteers. They invest their free time for the association, for organizing the event. So thank you, Mariella, Ernesto, Jacopo, William, Andrea, and many others that during the last 2 months helped a lot in the organization of the event. So also a big applause for them. Thank you very much. So we'll leave you now to the technical session, to the technical count of the event. I want to introduce Mariella Leporini, that is Geothermal Energy Manager in Saipem, and also Technical Director for Energy Transition in SPE Italian Section. Mariella will guide you through this one-day journey in the geothermal world. So, Mariella, the floor is yours. Enjoy the event. So, last communication for the people that at the entrance received the badge from Eni. So, not this badge from the conference, but the badge from Eni. Remember to leave the badge when you leave the building. So thank you very much. Sorry if there were some delays in the entrance process, but I'm very happy that you are here. Enjoy the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this event, and thank you, Andrea, because also thanks to you was possible to organize this very, we hope beautiful event. So, as anticipated by Andrea, this event builds on the publication of a technical bulletin on geothermal energy. 1 year ago, we started sharing knowledge in line with the mission of SPE. So sharing of technical knowledge. We started sharing knowledge between oil and gas, geothermal sector. So we started building the bridge with this publication. And it's good, I understand that there is some issue. Yeah. No, no, not any kind. Yesterday there was not issue. Okay. Okay. Sorry, this is yesterday we tried and there were not issues. So if you are interested in this publication, you can scan this QR code and start also reading this kind of very first of its kind document on the technical content that come from oil and gas, and it was built for the geothermal energy sector, also with the contribution of institutions, associations, and in particular 42 contributions from 16 companies, 9 associations, and 10 universities and research centers. So, before we begin, let me briefly introduce the spirit of today. Today is not a day about absence. We know that the geothermal energy sector needs financial support and instruments. But today is a day of presence. It's a day of sharing of knowledge, of present and available knowledge, competencies, expertise, and technologies. With this spirit in mind, I will now give you a brief overview of today's agenda. So, we will start with an opening remarks from the SPE International Geothermal section, because we are SPE Italian. This event was organized by SPE Italy, the Italian section, but SPE is an international association, and there is an international technical section dedicated to geothermal. And today we will have an opening remarks from them. Then we'll start with the only non-technical session, that is a session dedicated to policy and market, but we believe that it's fundamental to have this basis to talk later on technical aspect and technologies. So there will be the contribution from the Italian Geothermal Association, UGI, ETIP, the European Technology and Innovation Platform, and EGEC, the European Geothermal Energy Council. Then we will have the only very remote contribution, that is from International Energy Agency. There was a modification with respect to the agenda that we shared the last days, as there was an issue with the previous planned speaker, but there will be a contribution from by Paolo Frankl, that is the head of Renewable Energy Division of International Energy Agency. Then we will have a coffee break, and there, as you can see, we will have different networking moments, and we invite you to use these moments to have networking, to ask questions, to build the bridge. Then we will have a keynote from Politecnico di Milano, Professor Martelli and Professor Bombarda. This is a topic a little bit different with respect topics that normally the SPE community talks about. The SPE is more close to subsurface, but in the geothermal value chain, also the surface is very important. And Professor Martelli and Professor Bombarda will provide a very good overview of new technology for surface facilities, and also they will show some overlap with the oil and gas. So let's build a bridge also on the surface. And then we will have a panel session dedicated to the medium and low enthalpy geothermal systems. Then a very important long lunch break in order to have networking and discussion. Then we will continue with another very interesting panel session on the high enthalpy geothermal system and next generation technologies. We will have, before the panel session, a keynote speech provided by Professor Gioia Falcone from University of Glasgow on both the topics. Then we will have a keynote speech provided by Project Inner Space on a very strong and innovative resource assessment instrument that comes from also knowledge from oil and gas. Another coffee break, and then a technical session. Technical session moderated by David Govoni, and where the panelists and the speaker will be from Sproul, Becker Hughes, Sequent, and Geolog. And then we will close the event. We will try to be in time. We don't want that the event will be so long. So, let's start with the opening remarks by the Geothermal Techniques SPE Geothermical section, and I invite Prince Will, hopefully that the pronunciation will be right, good, and the right one. Okay, Choku, on the stage, on the floor. Prince Will? Okay, okay. Welcome to this event, and thanks to also to support this event and this conference with an overview on what the geothermal sector represents for the international SPE contribution. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone. Good morning again to everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and on behalf of the SPE Geothermal Technical Section, it's really a huge privilege to be here among the co-organizers as well for this important conversation on the oil and gas expertise and how we will help accelerate geothermal development in the long run. My name is Prince Ulokechukwu, as she introduced, and I am here representing the SPE Geothermal Technical Section. Unfortunately, the SPE leadership couldn't make it here from the US, and resident here in Italy, I decided to represent. I'm originally a board member representing the African region on the SPE Geothermal Technical Section. And this gathering is timely because the future of geothermal energy will not be built in isolation, basically. And it will be built faster through collaboration, which is why we are here, and through transferable subsurface expertise through the discipline of execution. Do I have the slide? Thank you very much. We are here today. Oh, thank you. Today's event is important because it sits at the intersection of two worlds, basically. And but in practice, they are much closer than they appear. We might be thinking the oil and gas industry is separate from the geothermal industry, but that is not necessarily the case. And the geothermal needs industrial scale, not isolated pilot, as I said, and many of the enabling capabilities already exist. We can talk about drilling, completions, reservoir engineering, and the rest. And this cross-sector knowledge transfer is now a strategic pathway for a faster and a lower risk geothermal growth. And what we are seeing globally today is that geothermal is no longer being viewed as a niche of renewable energy. So what we are seeing today is that it's now treated as a serious subsurface energy business, where we have seen major oil and gas players now diversifying into geothermal energy. So, and that is exactly why this gathering matters here today. And the energy transition, as we said, will not be driven by silos, basically. So what we are talking about here is the subsurface knowledge for resource characterization, because geothermal does not need to start from zero as we think it is. And many of the capabilities required to scale already exist, and a stronger pathway from pilot success to the repeatable industrial deployment is what everyone is after here, because we have seen recently of some risk, basically, we have seen some rewards, basically, and that is what we are here to discuss. And for example, with respect to the rewards, we have seen that the United States, the urgency is a visible policy on their own part, and the DOE announcing over the $171 million in research and the likes for next generation geothermal field tests is a testament to this. And the next question is, why is oil and gas especially relevant to this scale-up? And we are going to see it here, that this is where the SPE GTTS comes into question. The overlap between oil and gas and geothermal is technically not rhetorical. When we say oil and gas and what matters with geothermal, we are first of all talking about the subsurface knowledge, the drilling completions, the reservoir engineering, and project execution culture that has been built. And the SPE Geothermal Technical Section is a forum within the SPE where professionals can come and share their common interest in this geothermal energy and its potential to transform its power generation and the direct use around the world. So this is just a small organogram of the structure within the SPE, and you can see I'm representing the African chair, and Gabriel was supposed to be here, but he was not able to be here. So we're interested in promoting this technology transfer to create the opportunities for this collaboration and to support the global member engagement through technical activities, regional chairs, and webinars per se in which we organize. So the bridge is technically not practical because the transferable oil and gas capabilities and the geothermal value they unlock can be seen here, because in terms of the drilling engineering, it helps for deeper, hotter, lower risk wells. For the completions and the simulations, it's the EGS connectivity and the well productivity is where it helps out at. And the reservoir engineering, the sustainable flow forecasting and the reservoir management. When we go to the subsurface analytics, in geothermal, it helps with faster prospect screening and development planning. And for the field execution and operations in the oil and gas industry, it's quite transferable to the geothermal industry in that the higher uptime and the repeatability and the bankability is basically trusted. So this is a source from the US Department of Energy, and it's the working principle behind the enhanced geothermal energy system, of course. But we're not here just talking about theoreticals, as we said. Most of these oil and gas skills has been successfully transformed. So this is our recent SPE GTTS. That's the Geothermal Technical Section. Our recent newsletter, in which the QR code will be provided later. We can see that for super hot geothermal systems, the GTTS highlighted a work on a 300 degrees centigrade propped enhanced geothermal system, showing how simulation, diagnostics, and completion expertise can be adopted, basically. Then for the closed loop test field, the GTS newsletter also featured a deep well closed loop field testing in Texas, where fiber optic monitoring and thermal modeling and drilling test infrastructure was highlighted. And the project in that space as well, with respect to the economics part, the investment and the likes highlighted with the SPE, jointly launched the Geothermal Technical Resource Management System to make geothermal resources easier to classify, report, and finance, because when we are all talking about the technical aspect, we will not be forgetting about the financiers, of course. And how do we engage with the SPE GTTS? How do we operate? How is the knowledge sharing, the webinars, collaboration, and the membership growth, how do they happen? So the GTTS is already active in many spaces, especially in this room, basically. So we have technical webinars, topic sessions on EGS, super hot rocks, global networks of technical directors, a forum where oil and gas practitioners can contribute to who we are, and a practical pathway for members to learn and contribute. I'm quite sorry, it's not large enough, but this is the QR code to go to our latest SPE web newsletter, which was issued in April, just this month. And you can be able to see and be adept of a lot of geothermal efforts around the world in which we highlighted. And sorry. So how do you join the SPE GTDS? We believe that most people here are already SPE members. So the geothermal technical section is a technical section under the SPE. So therefore, the steps are here. Of course, they will be explained properly in the newsletter, whereby you just log in, you go to your profile, you scroll down to the technical sections, and you choose the geothermal technical sections, basically. At the end, to conclude, by bridging expertise, by aligning industries, and by executing at scale, we can move geothermal energy faster. The bridge from oil and gas to geothermal is not a metaphor. So on behalf of the SPE Geothermal Technical Section, we thank the sponsors, we thank the co-organizers, we thank the speakers who will speak later on, and all the participants for sparing your time to be here today. We are all grateful for this time, and we encourage everyone to come together. Let's build this bridge between the oil and gas and the Geothermal Technical Section together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prince Will. So, let's continue with the panel session that I anticipated, dedicated to policy and market. This panel session will be dedicated to an overview on what there is present at level of policy and markets, at Italian level, but also at European level. And the contribution from at European level is very important in this moment. And it is my pleasure to introduce Professor Bruno Della Vedova to open this panel session. Sorry. Bruno is a former associate professor of applied geophysics at University of Trieste with extensive experience in geothermal system, subsurface exploration and district heating application, and is author of over 100 scientific publications. Thank you so much, Bruno. You can direct it all from the podium stage, and go. Thank you, Bruno.
Thank you, Mariella, for introducing me. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a pleasure for me being here and trying to push a sector we are working on and we are supporting since decades, but I think that now it's pretty much the right time to start putting on the ground what we were dreaming about. This international context right now is a great opportunity for geothermal. Geothermal is really a key enabler of this transition towards a decarbonized economy. I'm really happy to be here again in San Donato, where in the 80s, Egypt with Claudio Sommaruga started and realized the first Italian geothermal district heating system was realizing here, exactly. So now it's time to rebuild and to give more power and vision and I would say real and concrete realization on what geothermal could do for the energy transition, for a new mix of energy sharing to try to give response to the global large heat and electric power demand. 2 words about the Geothermal Association. Italian Geothermal Association is a no-profit third sector association which was born 2001. So this year we will celebrate the 25th anniversary. We will have an event in Rome where all of you will be invited to come in order to revitalize and give strong strength and future and vision to what is expecting us in terms of practical realizations. The Italian Geothermal Union has 4 regional branches, 4 regional centers: Northeast, Northwest, Central Italy, which is based in not Roma 3, but Roma La Sapienza. There's an error on that slide. Southern Italy and islands at the University of Partenope in Naples. What's the ambition of UGI? Networking first. This is an excellent example of networking. We need to share knowledge, to share expertise, to share vision, strategy, and projects. We need to accelerate deployment of sustainable use geothermal around Italy, but not only. If we look at the future of geothermal energy, we should say thanks to several colleagues and pioneers in the past, starting from the MIT initiative, the future of geothermal energy of 20 years ago, and to the future of geothermal energy of the International Energy Association, 2024, and the already mentioned SPE collection, and I would say really excellent collection of papers and contribution. We have everything on the table. There are resources. There is a huge and growing demand for electricity and heat worldwide. Technology, innovation, and breakthrough will support the access to the huge geothermal potential everywhere, but particularly in Italy. Italy is a pretty lucky country from that point of view. In order also to move ahead, we need to scale it up, what we are talking about. We need technology advancements because we need to support the growth of the energy market. And to do that, we need the proper scale. We need to design, to think, and to put on the ground projects which respond to the demand. Oil and gas bridging, it's important. It was already mentioned by the speaker just before me. What's the importance of sharing knowledge and bridging together what we know about, breakthrough in technology, work together on projects, move strategy and vision of the different countries. Italy, we need now to restart on that because there's everything available on the table. European Commission is doing quite, I would say, crucial step ahead. The action plan for geothermal is due by next month, and we have been already anticipated that there will be really good news coming from that. Good news in the order of de-risking, supporting development of geothermal. And starting from this European context, the national governments, Italy should be able to take the advantage and the driving momentum in order to move ahead. We need specialized people in order to put on the ground geothermal. People is missing, and we ask universities, research institutions to help building up human capacity. Otherwise, money is important, projects are important, but we need people. why should we do geothermal? Every one of us in this room know that geothermal is there because the Earth is a planet that cannot lose the quite high heat production in the inner space, is not able to lose it by simple conduction. Therefore, it's required that it breaks apart, volcanoes, earthquakes, and so on. So, energy, there's plenty of energy. Combined heat and power, high-efficient geothermal heat pumps for all shallow and even surface applications, district heating, fifth generation networks of heating and cooling. They are growing up. Mineral extraction from geothermal brines, and also we should consider, and that will come later on with another slide on this point, that geothermal energy has the largest potential among the renewable energy sources for further improvement and technological efficiency. There's a lot of potential efficient applications coming from the geothermal resource, from the shallowest applications with geothermal heat pumps, boreolite exchanges. We could go to integrate district heating and cooling systems, mainly in the southern part of Europe and in Italy too. We have a few district heating systems, but not district cooling systems. And the cooling request is coming and growing up pretty fast. We should also be able to look at the new paradigm of geothermal systems with this enhanced geothermal system or engineered geothermal system. The superhot geothermal has been already mentioned, like the Krafla magma testbed, the Taupo deep geothermal in New Zealand, but also the project The Scramble, which was realized in Tuscany, and which was able to measure around 500 degrees C at a couple of kilometers depth. So there's plenty of energy. Mineral extraction is another future thing. Let me spend a couple of words about what's considered conventional geothermal and the EGS. Of course, conventional was started in Italy more than 120 years ago, based on flow rate of natural fluids at high temperature. That's conventional. Then the hot dry rock project in Los Alamos, New Mexico started studying hot rocks without natural fluid in that. And also the Sulz-Suforet EGS project did quite a lot of research, understanding and knowledge in what could be realized and possible later on. So Sulz was in the 80s. Now, on the right-hand side of the two graphs illustrated, you see the Fervo EGS geothermal. There's a lot of investment going on in this right now in China, in USA, and in other parts, pointing to that and also showing that upscaling is possible. And we are talking of gigawatts. You could look at the figures on the table right there. This is a graph that I'm pleased and I like to show about the technology S-curves, comparing the various renewable energy sources. The wind, for example, is showing on that graph, and the S-curve is performance versus cumulative research and development spent, which means how many kilowatt hour per dollar. That is for the aeolic, wind energy. If we look at the geothermal, you see that we are still at about 15, 20 kilowatt hour per dollar, even though that result and that study was made in 2009 by the Stern School of Business, Schilling and Tal. And they conclude that geothermal has the largest potential among the rest for a fast and further improvement of efficiency. We are still there about those pink points on the lower part of the S-curve. We did not move up very fast. We are still at the same point, because if you go to the levelized cost of energy comparison, which was published by IRENA report in 2024, you see that in that pink part to the right of the graph, that geothermal energy is between 5 cents to 7 cents of a dollar per kilowatt hour. So it means 15, 20 kilowatt hour per dollar, reversing the ratio. We are still there, but another interesting point is to consider that the fossil fuel cost range is not there. These days, the upper part of the range has moved to about 30 cents of a dollar per kilowatt hour right now. So, since that is a critical point in terms of energy supply, trying to respond to the energy demand, then for geothermal, that is a great opportunity. Italy, I'm not going to show any heat flow temperature map at depth. I just show a bunch of families of geotherms. Geotherms are the temperature depth curves which show how temperature goes with depth in different domains. You see the Adriatic side, and you go to the Tuscan-Tyrrhenian side, where we have extraordinary conditions of temperature. So all sorts of techniques, from the conventional to the EGS to the super hot, are available there, mainly on the Tuscan-Tyrrhenian side, northern Sicily, Aeolian Islands, and so on. So there's plenty of resources for all potential applications. So it's quite an interesting opportunity. What could geothermal support and help Italy with? The total yearly consumption of fossil fuels in Italy is about 110, 115 megatons of oil equivalent per year. 1/4 is for electric energy production, more or less, 1/4 for transportation, half of it for thermal applications. Geothermal could support all those three sectors. Power production, as far as transportation is concerned, we do not have, I would say, strong numbers to support the estimate, but geothermal could produce green hydrogen, CO2, and with green hydrogen and CO2, you could produce methanol. Methanol is an e-fuel. E-fuel could be quite helpful and supportful for the transportation. The electric power and the geothermal potential, presently in Italy, we have a really 6 terawatt of energy produced year round, which is about 2% of the demand. The European House Ambrosetti evaluated that if in Italy we would use only 2% of the geothermal potential within the upper 5 kilometers of the upper crust, then by 2050 we should be able to reach 10%. So 5-fold of what's available now, or more, even more. The Politecnico of Milano realized a quite interesting study about the potential of diffusion of district heating and cooling. Presently, we are about 10 terawatt-hour per year of heat for district heating networks. By 2030, we could multiply that by 5, going to 53 terawatt-hour of heat potentially exploitable and potentially being able to be realized with 1/3 supported by geothermal. As far as the scenario for power production, as mentioned, we are 817 megawatt-hour of installed capacity, net installed capacity, 6 terawatt of energy produced, and considering permissions, projects in development in the pipeline of the various operators in Italy, we were able to propose a growing scenario like the one you see with different horizons, 2027, 2030, and 2038, in the hypothesis that government support and incentives from the FAIR 2 scheme, which has been already published, but we are still waiting for the competitive auctions to come out. We hope this year would be the good one for that. The Ferrara district heating, by the way, is already close to completion. By this year, in August, we will have the doubling of the Ferrara district heating, which is one of the largest European geothermal integrated district heating in Europe, and is going to be doubled. So we are talking from multiplying the 16 megawatt thermal capacity to 32 megawatt thermal capacity, hopefully within this year or the beginning of next at the latest. So a new producer would be put close to the two already existing, and a new injector will be realized. What about district heating and cooling? That is a part which is still missing, and together with, of course, underground thermal energy storage, we are waiting for infrastructures for district heating and cooling. There are already measures to support that. The FAIR 2 decree is supporting infrastructures for this, and the scheme is waited by this year to get out. So district heating and cooling, thermal uses, networks of 5th generation with the surface hydrothermal resources, and also integrating available resources from the territory would be very important in the next years. I was not supposed to talk about what's lacking, but as far as the Geothermal Italian Association, I think I need to mention the need of long-term energy plans, which will be supported by the European Action Plan, which is coming out really very soon. So we need this. We need the de-risking, and the de-risking, financing the de-risking is already included in what we are expecting from the European Action Plan. So that's really a very good news. The long time for permitting also is another point is important for us to tackle and to make it more simple, more harmonized, and quicker. and there is availability of our government and ministry to work on that. Lack of specialized people, communication, and social inclusion. That is a thing that universities, schools, territories should carefully look at. These are, of course, what we are waiting for, and the most important thing is that we are able to start and make benefit and good use of this European Geothermal Action Plan and of the Strategic Energy Technology Plan, which is supporting this vision, pointing and investing on different key strategies. I'll thank you.
Thank you, Bruno. Thank you, Bruno. Okay, it seems that it's working. Unfortunately, we have not so time for a question, but I invite you to ask your question to Bruno during the next networking moment. So thank you again, Bruno. And we now move to the European perspective for 2040, which is essential to complete the policy and market framework at EU level. It is my pleasure to introduce Luca Xodo. Luca, Chairman of the European Technology and Innovation Platform on Geothermal, an open stakeholder platform endorsed by the European Commission under the Strategic Energy Technology Plan, with the objective of enabling geothermal technology to reach their full potential across Europe. Luca is Director of Sales and Engagement at Steam, with a strong technical background in energy engineering and geothermal power plant technologies, and a long experience ranging from ORC binary plans to resource assessment and project development. Luca, the floor is yours. You can go to the...
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Bruno, for the very good picture you depicted of the situation in Italy. I will try to go on Europe. Let me just put the timer so I don't... very good. Perfect. Okay, so is it working? Perfect. So thank you very much for inviting me, and it's a pleasure for me to come back on stage after 15 years, 17 years, because I had my master's in energy and environment economics here at Eni, so I'm very happy to be back to San Donato. And as Mariella introduced me, I'm the chairman of ETIP Geothermal, and I'm also working at Steam, that is a consultancy company. So let's start first with why we are here. So how oil and gas maps to geothermal. And I think it's a particularly good moment for us to talk about this, because we have seen oil and gas having a very unique market situation in these days. So 1 month ago, it was, I think, the 11th of March, I was in Houston, and the day before, there was the highest event of volatility of oil and gas, oil price ever. So the price dropped from around $110 to $84, and it was a very scary thing for the oil and gas market. Then, price came back up again, but we see that, maybe the geopolitical situation that we are facing now and we will face in the future is not that favorable to some markets anymore. And geothermal wants to be a response to the oil and gas needs as well. We're not just trying to get the technology, to get the finance, to get the skills of oil and gas. We want to be a solution for the oil and gas market for your future. And I see it, I always say that when I do conferences in this mixed environment, that hydrogen has been somehow the response to the midstream demand of oil and gas to reskill. Maybe CCS has been it for the downstream, but geothermal is surely the answer for the upstream, for reskilling of the upstream oil and gas market. So I don't think I need to enter into how geothermal development is, let's say, framed. But I think that if you look at this map of the several phases of geothermal development, you will recognize more or less exactly the same phases that you face in oil and gas. And it's, I think, the first point why we are here. Secondly, if we look at the details of where the oil and gas skills can apply to geothermal, and vice versa, because I was obviously joking with Philippe that there has been some example over the years where geothermal has invented something that was then used in oil and gas. And I think that's very important as well, right? So obviously skills and expertise in the subsurface, so drilling and completion, obviously all the operations relevant to drilling, reservoir modeling, geophysics interpretation. As I said, the project planning, so how to develop a project in the right way to get the financing, to get the next step well. And here there are several, let's say, examples of how in detail the oil and gas skills can apply to geothermal. The same for technologies. Obviously, EGS has taken the best of it in terms of oil and gas expertise. We are seeing how much money Fervo is able to get. And not only how much money, but how. For the first time, I think ever, I'm not that old, but I think the first time ever, geothermal has been able to finance with the debt, no recourse debt, the development of the project without having proven the whole resource. That's really a word first for geothermal. I mean, being able to secure no-recourse debt before testing all the potential of a greenfield is very, very important. Equipment and infrastructure, that's pretty obvious, but also the data. So we will talk a lot about data, and Bruno has already mentioned about also sharing data. It's very important to use also the data that were collected for the oil and gas also for geothermal. Now, why are we here? So ETIP Geothermal is a stakeholders group that is endorsed by the European Commission under the Strategic Energy Technology Transition Plan of the European Union. And our work is to support the energy transition, obviously. We try to unite the geothermal stakeholders, and we do it by communicating, obviously collecting from the industry the needs and the, let's say, the direction where the industry is going, and communicating to the European Commission, trying to show them a vision, a strategy, and build together an agenda for the research and innovation. And I think that what Bruno has shown on the curve of R&I is another very important point for us. Yesterday, I was discussing with Philippe and also with the set planning implementation working group, how do we measure development in geothermal? Because it's such a diverse world where we cannot just say lower cost per kilowatt or something like that, because there are so many variables, so many different resources. So what do we have to focus on? We have to focus on the single items. And I will show you in the next slides a bit of where we try to go, where we see the market is going with R&I. These are the targets that were also mentioned before, that as ETIP we have fixed with a first vision to 2040. They are obviously challenging targets, but we need to be bold. We see what the others have done, what the others are doing. If you look at the presentations of offshore wind, they're telling numbers that are, incredible, right? We have not to be shy, okay? So for heating and cooling, I think in Europe, maybe in the US, they're betting everything on EGS. In Europe, the first thing we have to do is to look at our lowest hanging fruit, and the lowest hanging fruit is surely heating. And the heating and cooling in general, district heating and cooling with the help of geothermal is a very, very important market for us. We want to provide, by 2040, 30% of the heat to municipal district and buildings, 20% to the agricultural use, and 5% to the industrial use of heat at a suitable temperature level. we want to be able to produce 10% of the total demand of European energy. This is a huge number, we know that. It needs a lot of development, but we can still do it. And we also want to contribute to the European internal supply of lithium with 10% of its production, and to the storage. Storage is another very important matter, not only electrical storage, but also thermal storage. And for geothermal, we're already seeing storage projects around Europe, and that's extremely important to avoid, let's say, peaking. So this is a picture taken from our latest publication, that is the Vision document, and it talks about industrial geothermal valleys. So why are regional energy ecosystems based on geothermal needed? Because they're secure, they're resilient, and they're sustainable. And in such a geopolitical environment, these three things are extremely needed. And additionally, we have all the equipment, all the know-how we need in Europe. So that's another extremely important thing to keep in mind. We can do everything in Europe. Maybe today some of the things we are doing outside of Europe because of the lower cost, but we can do them in Europe. And I think here in Italy especially, there are some sectors in which we are absolutely the best. So if you think of the binary power plants, we have 2 out of the 3 leaders in the world. And they're here in Lombardy as well. So it's, we really have some of the best skills in the world for this. So now a very quick overview of where we're going with technology trends on the market. So one of the trends is to increase capacity. Obviously, it's difficult to develop small plants. It's important to try and make these plants bigger, make the projects more sustainable, also from a financial point of view. The second is adapting the technology to depth. So sometimes we are overshooting with technology, right? We are using technology that is developed for 2 kilometers, deep wells for 200. I mean, this is an exaggeration, obviously, but let's say we are using materials which are not needed. We can develop materials which are much less expensive. So this is where is going the market in this direction. Obviously, we have some other, let's say, more general themes regarding the well planning, regarding how to expand the greenfields, and de-risking. Obviously, de-risking is a huge exploration matter, but it's also a financial and a regulatory matter. Now, maybe I'll not go too much into the details of this slide, but this again divided in low technology readiness level and high technology readiness level, some examples of where we're going. Maybe it's more interesting to go into a couple of examples. This is a graph taken by a paper that is mentioned anyway in the sources in the next slide. And we see how the the district energy networks, district heating and cooling networks have developed over the years. So geothermal can be applied to all the new generations of district heating and cooling. And especially in the new generations at low temperature, we are, let's say, the preferred response. And we can already see it because geothermal is today the #1 source of 5th generation district heating and cooling. So if you look at this graph, geothermal has 39% of the heat supply to 5th generation district heating and cooling in Europe. And the number of systems is growing and growing. So maybe in Italy we are still starting up, we are heating up for it, but in Europe we can already see it. Drilling is another example, and I think is a very suitable example to this meeting today. And we want to drill deeper to reach higher temperatures in locations where they're not available at a shallower depth, and we want to make it quicker, which means less expensive. If you look at the graphs of the drilling of Fervo in Cape Station in Utah, They published a couple of years ago a report on their first 8 wells, and it's I mean, I'm not a drilling engineer, so I don't want to enter into the details because I'm not able, but if you look at those numbers, if you look at the rate of penetration, drilling time per depth, is incredible how much a single investment can achieve. And how did they achieve that? They achieved that because before Fervo, there was a long public financing on that specific technology, on that specific site. So that's why we need the support, the funding of public instruments. So these are some examples of, let's say, proof of market readiness that are being built or have been built in Europe in all the, let's say, cutting-edge sectors. So in underground thermal energy storage, in closed loop, in EGS, data centers. One is even here in Lombardy, and also in lithium extraction. Really think that Europe can be at the front of the whole world in terms of these technologies. So finally, to conclude in time, what do we want to take away today? So obviously, geothermal is inherently strategic and diversified and can solve some of its scaling constraints through oil and gas transfer opportunities. We are innovating and we are going into new business cases where obviously the oil and gas can also help us unlock our vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Luca, also for being in time. Unfortunately, we don't have time to question and answer, but again, we will use the time of networking moments to exchange vision and to do question. Now there is a change in the agenda. Thank you, Philippe. We will continue with this policy, this session dedicated to policy and market later, because we have the connection. Okay, we have the connection with the International Energy Agency. Ciao Paolo, good morning. And can you hear us? Yeah?
Can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now, yes. Thank you, Paolo. We are very pleased to welcome you, and I would like to thank Paolo because we had a very last minute, believe me, very last minute change in the agenda, and Paolo, with his passion and commitment in supporting the development of geothermal energy, accepted to provide his speech today. So thank you, Paolo. Paolo Frank is Director of Renewable Energy Division at the International Energy Agency, where he leads work on renewable energy, providing analysis and policy, market and technology guidance to member association and accession countries. A physicist by training, he holds a PhD in energy and environmental technologies from La Sapienza University of Rome. Paolo brings more than 30 years of experience in renewable energy systems and market, life cycle assessment and sustainability frameworks. Paolo, thank you once again for being with us today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much. I'm sharing my screen now to share my presentation. And please confirm that this is working properly. I think it is, but yes, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting the IEA to this important event. Thank you also for inviting, let me see if the presentation format comes okay. It should be fine. Very good. Now, can you confirm that you are seeing the slides in a good way? I cannot hear you. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So now my first slide starts with a slightly provoking question, which is the following. outside of this room, if in the general public, is the word renewables attached to geothermal, the honest answer is no. And it is actually attached to this graph, which shows the exponential growth of renewable power, in particular of solar energy. And I'm not allowed to show the 2025 numbers, but this will be another record driven by solar. Actually, in 2025, solar was the largest source of energy growth, energy, not just electricity, of all sources in the world. The first time after the 70s that a non-fossil source is in this rank. In the 70s, it was nuclear. So everybody attaches this. But this tiny little green part in this graph, which is called other renewables, we at the IEA, we follow all fuels, all technologies. We hope that this will massively increase, and geothermal energy has an important role to play in this. And for three reasons: for the flexibility of geothermal, for the huge potential that has been mentioned, and of course for the spillover effects from existing knowledge from the oil and gas sector that can unlock this potential. Now, that slide says something that has been already said. The currently role of geothermal is mainly in the heating and cooling sector, more than in the electricity. And geothermal is indeed one of the most versatile energy sources that exist, that has low emissions. It's fully dispatchable. It can provide electricity and heat at all times and for a continuous demand. It's mainly used for heating and cooling, and in the right you see its use in different countries in the world. In absolute numbers, China is by far the largest one, followed by United States, Turkey, and then other European countries. Now, the point is that despite these benefits, today geothermal only meets less than 1% of global energy demand. And it is limited, its use is limited in a few countries where high quality resource. Now, this can change massively with new technologies, with innovation, which is coming mainly from the oil and gas sectors. Now, new drilling techniques and expertise open completely new horizons, and with next generation geothermal has an immense untapped potential that we analyzed in our special report that was already mentioned. Thank you, of the future of geothermal energy that we published in December 2024. In particular, reaching a depth of 8 kilometers of drilling depth could unlock a potential just for power generation of 600,000 gigawatts. This is, just to give an idea, 500 times the installed total power capacity installed in the European Union. And second only to solar, that would all be enough to meet 140 times the global electricity demand of today. The other very important aspect is the geographical dimension of this. Because as I said, and as you know very well today, the geothermal is used in a few countries like the United States, Japan, Italy, Indonesia, Kenya, Turkey, which are of course linked to the geological situation. But reaching a 4-kilometer depth already massively augments this geographical scope, and with 8 kilometer, the potential is basically everywhere. Now, this has enormous implications for energy security, which is the biggest issue that everybody speaks about these days with the Hormuz crisis. And with this map, I think you have immediately an idea of how geothermal can help with a huge potential everywhere, basically, in the world. The second key graph of my presentation is this. In 2024, when we assessed the cost, we saw that the capex were very high, up to $15,000 per kilowatt. In the meantime, they have gone down in some pilots. But the main point of this graph is the following. And I think I want to refer to something that has been said before. the transition will be done with scale, not just with pilots. If the level of transfer of knowledge and skills from the oil and gas sector is limited, the cost reductions will be limited. But if this is more organic, if this is driven by a combination of research, economies of scale, spillover effects from one industry to another, then we think that there could be an enormous reduction of cost by a factor of 5, leading by potential generation, I'm referring again to electricity, of down to $50 per megawatt hour by 2035. This is in 1 decade from now. And that on its turn would unlock a potential estimated of 800 gigawatt of global market by 2050, which would supply 15% of global electricity demand growth to 2050. This is a huge number and a huge potential of not only low emission, but fully flexible renewable power. So this figure is a one central figure of our report, but of course is a central figure for your event today, which focuses on the transfer of knowledge and expertise. Now, I wish to show something else, however, on heat, because while the applications for power will be always very important, heat remains huge potential for geothermal. And actually, we estimated that up to 5 kilometers deep, above 90 degrees Celsius, could provide over 250,000 extra joule of cumulative heat at less than $50 per megawatt hour. Now, this would correspond to more than 400 times current total world annual energy demand. It's a huge, huge potential that needs to be deployed and used, not just for power, but also for heat. And key regions, apart from US, Indonesia, Mexico, and Middle East and Africa, we have mapped geothermal potential against population, and this shows strong opportunities for district heating in cities across China, Mexico, the United States, and Europe, and district cooling also in other parts of the world like Philippines, Indonesia, Mexico, and China. It was mentioned before, but I would like to stress it. There are other co-benefits. One of the co-benefits is related to extraction of critical minerals. Geothermal brines contain valuable co-product minerals such as lithium, and today these are concentrated in areas where government-led assessments have been conducted. One of those is Salton Sea in California, but also the Upper Rhine Valley on the border of Germany. We heard in France, we heard the previous speakers mentioning this is an important driver of investment for geothermal. And my last graph that I'm showing this morning is this about investments. We are seeing a rising commercial momentum for next generation geothermal. In 2025, financing reached nearly 2.2 billion US dollar per year. This is 100 times higher than in 2018. This is really, and then what is also very clear, it's a shift from equity heavy funding toward a greater access to lower cost debt financing. And two factors are driving this shift. First, of course, is advanced in drilling subsurface engineering, cutting cost and improving performance, which is the main topic today. But it's also very important to understand the demand. There is new demand of new off-takers, such as data centers, that in some cases are willing to pay premium prices for geothermal power because of the flexibility and the firm electricity that geothermal can provide. There is a demand for heat, and there is also co-benefits for lithium extraction. Now, if these trends continue, as we said, we estimate generation costs could drop down to $50 per megawatt hour by 2035, and this could lead with a big deployment everywhere, as shown in my map previously. However, all these are very good trends, but policy remain key, because again, in going from pilots to real scale, Some of these elements are too fragmented for big utility or investors and too big for venture capitalists. So it's really important that public policy remains crucially present in order to overcome what we usually call the technology valley of death. And the IEA has identified 5 main policy priority areas. The first is elevate geothermal in country energy policy priorities in their agenda. Today, to be honest, this is rare. This is rather the exception. I go back to my first slide on how people include policymakers, perceive renewables. This is mostly solar and wind. Second, of course, use de-risk and finance geothermal projects, use de-risking instruments that are targeted and can provide long-term revenue certainty to investors. The third is to streamline permitting while obviously maintaining environmental and social safeguards, creating dedicated geothermal regulatory frameworks, which should be separated from mining. In many countries, this is actually an issue. And we see that this is actually something very interesting that is being discussed in Eastern Africa and other parts of the world. Fourth, we need to support heating and cooling applications. I wish to stress from my perspective, with my hat of the renewable energy division head, that renewables are successful in power, but they are not necessarily the same in heat. So having policies dedicating to heating and cooling applications is crucially important, and the potential of geothermal is enormous. And fifth, last but certainly not least, drive innovation and collaboration and support workforce growth, including creating skills, academic programs like the event the other week organized by the University of Urbino and SAIPEM. These are very, very important steps in this roadmap that the IEA has published. I thank you very much again for your attention and for inviting the IEA, and I wish a very successful rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Paolo, again, once again for your availability, time, but especially for this very powerful perspective. So thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Paolo.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks to
Bye-bye.
you. Bye. So we'll continue with the session on policy and markets with Philippe Dumas, General Secretary of the European Geothermal Energy Council, based in Brussels and representing the geothermal sector across Europe. Philippe has been actively involved in geothermal energy for over 25 years. He is author and co-author of numerous publications, including general market reports, as well as policy, financial and socio-economic papers, business model, research and innovation agendas, and technology roadmaps to identify emerging innovation trends. Today, Philippe will present the upcoming Geothermal Action Plan, currently under development by the European Commission and expected to be published by May-June 2026. Philippe, the floor is yours. You can go to.
Thank you, Mariella. Hope you can hear me. Hope you're well seated. It's big. What is coming is big. It's bigger than the action plan. Next Wednesday, what Paolo was showing may happen in Europe. I say may happen because we still wait the full publication. Yesterday, I received a leak of this document. It's called the Energy Emergency Measures of the European Commission that will be released next Wednesday. To answer the challenge of a new energy crisis, new, no? 2022 was the first one, 2026 is a big one. The Commission lists emergency measures, and for the first time on energy, the main technology answer is geothermal. It's why I say it's big. Paolo was referring to de-risking, to permitting. What the Commission is planning to say is that from May onwards, the European Commission will meet with the European Investment Bank, will meet with national banks to create a geothermal de-risking instrument. The Commission will announce next Wednesday. They will meet with you, oil and gas people, with permitting agencies to create a pan-European geological database availability for geothermal. Next Wednesday, the third key element on geothermal, they will announce a special international collaboration that IA was also mentioning to work on next-gen technologies, but to enhance collaboration at a global level. And on top of that, they recognize a need to boost district heating, and the main solution for district heating to replace natural gas is geothermal and storage. It's big. It's this reason, maybe the action plan will be probably postponed from 19th of May to June, but it's a good reason. And the action plan, it's a policy document. What we see next week is concrete elements. You are saying 25 years in geothermal. For 20 years, I'm working on the de-risking instrument. I think I can get retired at the end of the year if it's realizing next week, because it's more than a dream. We know the unlocking instrument all over Europe is to have a de-risking instrument. We have to be right. Geothermal is not a risky technology. Shale gas from Middle East today is a risky technology. Let's look at the perspective we have. IEA, fantastic supporter, you have seen from Paulo Franke. His director, Fatih Birol, is a great support also to geothermal. He mentioned the technical potential of geothermal will be more than enough to meet all electricity and heating demand. It was what Paulo was referring to. President of the European Commission, President von der Leyen, she's a great supporter, and she already mentioned in Davos that geothermal is one of a key solution for the future to have a low price, because indeed we don't speak about only energy transition, we speak about affordable energy transition with geothermal. Last but not least, you may know this person, Energy Commissioner Dan Jorgensen. He said that indeed we have to move from the origin of Europe to European coal and steel community to European community of wind, solar, hydrogen, and geothermal. I have a message from him to you. We met him 2 weeks ago as EJEC, and he said, it's good we meet, but I don't have enough meeting with geothermal companies. So please go to your CEO and ask meeting with him. He's waiting to meet your boss. And he's a great supporter, but he needs more feedback from direct industry, from the industry on how we'll develop geothermal. And he's quite right, because he's from Denmark and you heard the story. And it's not a nice story in Denmark if you are following that. No? In 2014, a municipality tried to develop a geothermal district heating project. They drill and the well was dry. Public money from local taxpayers, big issue. No? And was challenging what has changed in 10 years, what has changed in the meantime to avoid these kind of issues. What happened is that we have transfer of technologies, we have also more interest in geothermal, and we have a policy momentum. You see that next week it's a policy communication that the Commission will release, and in June, I would say probably it's postponed from 19th of May nearly, we have his policy message. It was one of the key elements from IEA, no? Policy visibility. What is the action plan? We're expecting a 10-page document. No, it will be a 4-page document. It's a letter from the European Commission, from Dan Jorgensen, to all energy ministers in Europe and to all CEOs of oil and gas companies and bankers and investors. It's a high-level communication. What will be in? Hopefully, several measures. But what is even more challenging today, that some measures planned in June will be announced next week. A target. What it means, a target, is that we need security for investment. It's probably one key element today is indeed we don't develop geothermal for the next 5 years. We have a long-term perspective. Today we have a bit less than 50 GW installed, and you can see it's mainly heating and geothermal heat pumps. But we have in the pipe, if we have 150 plants in operation, we have in the pipe 100 plants for electricity in Europe already today. We can double the number of district heating. We have 400 cities with geothermal. Some figures you may know, but you mentioned Fra. In Milan, you have one of the largest low temperature geothermal heating systems. you go to Paris, 1.5 million people in Paris are eating with geothermal district heating, and they don't know. They just know the bill because it's really low. And geothermal heat pumps is not the topic today. Just to give you how we can reach these targets of 250 gigawatt. In the last 3 years, we have seen in Europe a record number of exploration campaigns, more than 50 3D seismic all over Europe. We speak about more than 500 million euro invested in geothermal exploration in the last 3 years. 500 million. It should lead to billions of investment in drilling in the next 5 years if the permitting is right. The main challenge that we have today, and it's good the IE report, is that indeed at the European Commission level, we have a low understanding of what is the potential. And it was mentioned by Bruno, by Paolo, by Luca before. We have a potential for diverse technology, electricity, heating and cooling, storage, and minerals such as lithium, but not only lithium. The answer we give as an industry is that you have a potential anywhere in Europe. And especially going deeper, you will find even more potential. Policy visibility, I will partially disagree with what Paolo said, that at national level there's a poor support to geothermal. It was true, it's less and less true, especially in Europe. You can see that many countries have published national roadmap. One is missing in Italy, hopefully it will come soon. But many countries in Europe, and the last one is Portugal, you will never believe that Portugal will develop. Of course, they have some plants in Asturias, but you'll never believe that Portugal will be a great supporter of geothermal due to the current market. It's there. What is a roadmap? Is what will be one element of action plan is that each country should organize the development of geothermal energy. You need to have it right if you want to have this exponential growth. You need to be right to have a permitting agency. You need to be right to have the permitting process. You need to be right. You have the financing in place and the workforce and the skills and the innovation, etc. at national level. So you can see it's not only a European initiative. At national level, we have also a lot of initiatives. It's good to have this communication, this action plan, but it's not enough. Us, we want to deliver. And to deliver, we want implementation of these activities. And it's why one announcement of the action plan will be the establishment of an alliance. And the alliance is, you can see, a stakeholder group, quite high level, because it will be European Commission, energy ministers, but after there will be a series of working groups to implement the measures. What we know, we speak about permitting, you will see, it's not to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of good practices in Europe on permitting, it's just to replicate that. And on permitting, we have already, for some countries, online digital permitting processes, especially for geothermal heat pumps. Not yet for digital, but it will come. So we need digitalization. We need data accessibility. Next week, I remind you, this emergency measures, so be online, be in tune. If you're a member of EJEC, you receive a special communication next Wednesday announcing that the Commission will announce the establishment of a pan-European geological database for geothermal, okay? To have more data availability. And of course, many of you will be involved because indeed to have that, we will engage with the stakeholders allowing this data availability. We need, it was mentioned by Paolo, now we need to change some mining rules, mining laws, and it will take time, no? Amendments has to pass through Parliament, it will take time. As EJEC, I'm a believer that we need more soft measures, guidelines, standard, codes, handbooks, no? What you do also as SPE. We need more this kind of allowing development of measures because we can just have replication of best practice. I see on permitting, we have so many best practices. One key measure that policy makers announce, we need one-stop shop. Who believe that in a country, the water agency, the environmental agency, the mining agency, the energy agency will merge. They will never merge, okay? What we have is to be pragmatic, just ask them to have a better coordination, a better collaboration in a windows of 4 months, of 6 months. Let's discuss it together, and they just coordinate the activities to be sure your permit is given in the right moment. And they are not doing one after the other, where it will take you 5 years to have your permit. It's not reinventing the wheel. I tell you, it's a lot of best practice that already exists, and we have to work together to exchange them and to make them happening. Financing, leverage private capital. There's a lot of measures. You can see we are listing more than 10 measures. The key measure, indeed, is this de-risking. We have to be right on de-risking. No? It's a financial instrument. Today, on de-risking, the main beneficiary are cities, are not private developer. We can think about new models, but the first model on de-risking is to help cities to overcome the issue I mentioned before in Denmark, to be sure that indeed we will have upscaling of systems, but also we will have cities of 10,000 inhabitants that want a geothermal, and they will have a doublet. And that you cannot avoid, that in having a doublet, it's more risky than if you have 20 to 50 wells. So there's a lot of elements in financing. We mentioned next gen, and we have a lot of discussion on next gen. There's also a financing discussion on next gen. No? There's how we move to upscaling. We need probably replication of demonstration in some other geological settings. We need also to have the right tariff, the right contract for difference, the right PPA to be sure we can develop also EGS in Europe with data centers. So there's a lot of discussion on that. And let's see what will be the next measure. First measures next week. So announcement that the Commission will work with EIB on a pan-European geothermal de-risking instrument. And in the action plan, it will be work of other elements like heat infrastructure, funding district heating, having a template for contract for difference, have a template for heat purchase agreement, have a template for power purchase agreement. It was referred by some partners, speakers before, data centers. We need to have this kind of sectoral agreement. It's a new tool of the European Commission that will help to have geothermal dealing with off-takers. No? And we know that we can deal with, especially in electricity 24/7 and heating and cooling, good potential in low to medium temperature. We need to engage with the pulp and paper industry. We need to engage with the chemical industry. We need to engage with the data centers. We need to engage with the agri-food industry. We can engage with many off-takers and have large development of geothermal, not only for cities, but also for the industry. For that, we need manufacturing, we need skills, we need international opportunity collaboration. It will be done. Many people are challenging the fact that indeed we'll have an exponential growth. We need skilled people in the industry. I can challenge you. I'm less afraid of having an answer from the industry to have the right skills than the permitting agency to be able to treat when we'll have thousands of projects given to them. So I think the capacity building is not an industry issue, it's more a permitting and a public issue today. And with that, I thank you. Some people mentioned the slide. 4th of June, if you're available in Brussels, we organize a policy summit to present all the action plan and all the measures that hopefully next week, next Wednesday, will be announced. Pan-European de-risking instrument, a pan-European geological database, and an international collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippe. No, hopefully that is working. Thank you so much. And unfortunately, we don't have time on the stage for Q&A question, but now okay, there are other slides for you, but I can skip them, okay. Now we will have the coffee break moment, so we can discuss with Philippe, with Luca, with Bruno, with all the speakers that already provided their speech and contribution. And so let's use this moment as a very useful moment for networking. We will reconvene at 11:50 with a little bit change with respect to the agenda. Thank you, Philippe.
If you can please sit down, we are restarting. So please take a seat. If you can take a seat, we are restarting the conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, so welcome back. We can restart. And now we are going to restart with a session as anticipated, a keynote speech as anticipated, a little bit different with respect to topics addressed in the SPE session that normally cover subsurface topic, because now, before going into the subsurface, we will talk about the surface facilities, as anticipated also by Luca Xodo during his speech. We have reference also suppliers of surface facilities and plants in Italy, and also modern facilities. And now with this speech, we will provide you an introduction to these facilities, and also on some overlap with the oil and gas, because the overlaps also, as described in the report by the International Energy Agency, is for sure on the subsurface drilling, geoscience, and well execution, but also on the surface, on the project integration, on the supply chain procurement, but also on the operation of surface facilities. So now we are moving to this speech provided by Professor Paola Bombarda and Professor Emanuele Martelli from Politecnico di Milano. The title is From Wellhead to End User, the role of surface facilities in modern geothermal project, optimization of binary geothermal plants. So welcome Paola, welcome Emanuele. Professor Emanuele Martelli is full professor of energy engineering at Politecnico di Milano, with extensive international experience in the optimization of power plants, energy system, and CO2 capture processes. He is the author of over 150 scientific publications, and he is winner of the ENI Award for Innovation 2025. Instead, Professor Paola Bombarda is an associate professor at Politecnico di Milano with advanced expertise in thermodynamic modeling of energy system and a strong focus on geothermal power generation. She is coordinator of the Energy Conversion System sub-program within the European Energy Research Alliance joint program on geothermal. So thank you, Paola. Thank you, Emanuele. The floor is yours. You're welcome. You can use, if you prefer, do you want also the gelato? But you can use.
Just choose, no.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome to everybody. As Mariella promised you, we are going to have a look at the surface facilities. Of course, surface facilities, we are dealing with power plants, and they are intended for geothermal power generation. Actually, everything started a lot of time ago, in 1904, but up to now, geothermal power generation worldwide is just a small fraction of the overall power generation. However, the context is quickly evolving, so we can expect a change in the situation. The most important factor, of course, relies on the development of new drilling technologies, which we have seen are making geothermal viable almost anywhere at competitive costs. And also is remarkable the interest and support of big tech companies, which need continuous supply of carbon-free electric power for data center. We have already discussed the economy of scale. This is, of course, essential for the success of the project. And the new drilling technology bring with them also improvement in the economy of scale, and also the demand for critical raw materials, mainly lithium, pushes synergic technologies. And finally, considering the public in this room, I would like to remember that also abandoned oil and gas well may be an interesting resource for geothermal repurposing. There are basically two different power generation technologies. Direct steam, whereby the geothermal fluid goes directly through the turbine, and the binary technology, where we have two different loops, one for the geothermal fluid and one for the conversion cycle. In the first case, it was at the beginning of the geothermal area, Larderello, everybody knows it. It was high temperature dry steam, and so the dry steam technology was invented. Later, to exploit geothermal fluid with lower temperature and possibly a fraction of liquid, the flash technology was introduced. On the contrary, if we have a look at the binary plant technology, we see that this was mainly used at the beginning for liquid, single-phase, low or medium temperature geothermal fluid. But as a technology development, always higher temperature are attainable. The temperature of the geothermal fluid is an important criteria to select the plant technology, but it's not the only one. It is really important to consider the geothermal fluid chemistry. The geothermal fluid is basically water, but we may have non-condensable gases inside, like CO2 or H2S. And also, we can have solids in the liquid phase, like sodium chloride or silica or possibly lithium. So it is important to consider the geofluid chemistry because it is relevant for the thermodynamic properties of the fluid, and also it is responsible for critical issues which may happen and must be avoided in the operation of a geothermal plant. I referring to mineral precipitation and the gassing, which should be avoided or controlled. And also it is important to remember that the geothermal fluid is also corrosive, need special material in contact with the fluid. If we have a look at the technology trend, it all started with the direct steam and flash technology, but in the last 10 years, roughly 60% of the power installed relies on the binary technology. For this reason, we will focus the rest of our presentation on binary technology. As I've said, binary technology, which is of course suitable for conventional hydrothermal, but also for enhanced geothermal system and closed-loop, so-called advanced geothermal system and super hot resources. We have seen there is two different fluid loops, and the geothermal fluid is confined in a sealed loop. And this brings several advantages. It is just confined in a small area of the plant, and also full reinjection is feasible. Considering the other loop, the power conversion cycle, this is a closed thermodynamic cycle with good operational flexibility. Typically, geothermal power generation is operating as base load, but it could also provide dispatchable power generation, and this for sure will be very important for the future. Moreover, the binary technology is suitable for integration with combined heat and power, very important in urban area, and is suitable for integration with lithium extraction plant. We have already recalled the technology trend is focused on plant capacity scale up and increasing geothermal fluid temperature. Here we see a simple scheme. The binary technology is typically realized by means of an ORC plant. What is this? This is a plant which adopts a thermodynamic cycle which is actually a Rankine cycle, but the cycle working fluid is not water. It is a special working fluid, which is an organic fluid. For the success of the plant, it is very important to select the proper working fluid. We have different families of eligible working fluid, but in this moment we have also to consider that environmental regulation may restrict the choice of eligible fluid. So, for example, in this moment, hydrocarbons are widely used, but also we must remember that environmental regulation very different Europe or the rest of the world. In the picture, we see the base case with the geothermal fluid coming from the production well and releasing heat to the heat exchanger of the ORC cycle, and then going back to the injection well. The working fluid is drawn with green lines, and so we see that it flows to the pump, is pressurized, it obtain heat for the phase change in the two heat exchanger. It flows and spin the turbo generators, and finally it releases heat to the ambient at the condenser. Typically, ORC plants adopt air-cooled condenser, but if water is available, of course, also a water-cooled condenser could be selected. So we have said that the selection of the working fluid is crucial, but as well, it is really important to select the proper plant scheme. And the plant scheme must be tailored on the geothermal fluid feature. I will present just a couple of very simple examples, and then Professor Martelli will show you how to optimize a real binary plant. In the first example, we imagine to have a geothermal fluid with a limit on their injection temperature. So in this case, we add to the plant scheme a heat exchanger called recuperator, so that we are able to realize the first part of the working fluid preheating in the recuperator, and the reinjection temperature is higher. This also implies a reduced size of the condenser. We do not have time to discuss all the issue of ORC plant, but reducing the condenser size for sure is an advantage. And just to stress that the plant scheme must be really tailored for the geothermal fluid, I present a very simple scheme where we imagine to have a high temperature, high enthalpy, and above all, two-phase geothermal fluid. In this situation, we add a separator to the plant scheme, and we send the steam to the evaporator and the separated liquid fraction to the economizer. In this way, we can obtain a favorable TQ diagram, which is important for the plant optimization.
Okay, now, when a company has to design, engineering company to design a binary plant, the company has to solve this problem. It's a design problem where, given the well features, so the brine temperature and the composition, the depth, and so on, and then the heat sink temperature, so for instance, air, if you have an air-cooled condenser, or could be the district heating network of a city, you have to find the optimal design, which typically is the design which maximizes the net present value of the investment. And so you have to define the brine mass flow rate, the working fluid of the organic Rankine cycle, the scheme of organic Rankine cycle, so using or not the
recuperator, we'll see, using one or more evaporation levels and so on. And then all the other variables, the condensation pressure and superheating degree of the working fluid and so on. While meeting all the major constraints of the design. The first one is that there is a minimum brine reinjection temperature to avoid excessive scaling. And then there are the technical limits of the turbine and the well, okay, and on the other components of the cycle. You must notice that it's not easy to determine the optimal value, economic value for each of these design variables, because varying each of these variables has a positive effect on efficiency and negative on cost. For example, the example I do now is the last one, changing the evaporation pressure level and finding the optimal value. You will see that the evaporation pressure level influences on one side the organic Rankine cycle efficiency, and the other side the heat recovery efficiency, which means the fraction of heat that you can actually recover from the brine. This slide is a little bit thermodynamics. It is saying that what you want to do is to maximize the so-called first law efficiency, so the net electric power output that you can recover from the heat available by cooling down the brine to the minimum possible reinjection temperature. You can write this first law efficiency as the product of the organic Rankine cycle efficiency, which for a Rankine cycle increases always with evaporation pressure, always, and then for the times the heat recovery efficiency, the right-hand side term, which instead we see now becomes lower when you increase evaporation pressure. Thus, you need to find the optimal value for the evaporation pressure. This slide here is showing an example we made. So it's a well with 120 degrees C of brine temperature on the wellhead. And you see that the red line is the heat recovery. We are assuming isobutaneous working fluid. You see that increasing evaporation pressure, the red line, which is the heat recovery efficiency, drops down from 1, which means recovering all the heat available in the brine, down to the minimum reinjection temperature. You're going down to 10% heat recovery efficiency, which means you're recovering only 10% of the available heat in the brine because you adopted too high evaporation pressure level. And the green line is the product, so what you want to maximize, the net electric power output essentially, which has a maximum at 14 bar. We see that the reason is that you can recover all the heat because there is a pinch point in the TQ diagram of the heat exchanger. In this case, it's around at 110 degrees C on the right-hand side, which means that all the heat below 100 degrees C is wasted, so given back to the well. In order to overcome this issue of having either high efficiency of the Rankine cycle or high heat recovery efficiency, but not both at the same time, you need to adopt a double pressure level, where the high pressure level recovers only the high temperature heat. You see here heat above 100 degrees C, while the low pressure level is another pressure level, so you have a more complex scheme of the cycle, can recover the low pressure temperature heat, the low temperature heat. So this gives a total heat recovery efficiency, which in this case is above 80%. So you are recovering more heat and you have a higher efficiency of the organic Rankine cycle. It's another example where in the case in which you have a very high temperature brine, like in this case 180 degrees C, which is high for the selected working fluid, you see that a single pressure level is the optimal choice because there isn't a clear pinch point in the TQ diagram, which means that the high pressure level can recover all the heat available. So the red line, the heat recovery efficiency, remains close to 1, even if you increase evaporation pressure. That's why high temperature geothermal plants can use, if they act, depending on the critical temp of the working fluid, a single pressure level with less costly diagram. So this slide here is showing the possible approaches to design a plant, so finding the optimal net present value scheme and design. The basic approach is sensitivity analysis, which means changing the schemes and trying several schemes and then changing the evaporation pressures and the condensation pressure with some attempts to find the minimum cost or the maximum present value design. But this is risky because you can fail to find the optimum. You cannot, maybe you not find the optimal design. So what we do is go back to the 70s, to the methods developed in process systems engineering after the first oil crisis of the 70s. So in chemical engineers are very good to developed systematic approaches to design plants, in particular in the time that were refineries, okay? So they developed the question-oriented approach where the idea is to solve a large-scale optimization problem involving all the cycle variables and all the constitutive equations of the plant. And then using proper solvers, you find the optimal design for this plant. It is very powerful. You can also optimize the scheme of the plant in a single run, but the point is that it can have convergence issues because it has to handle hundreds of variables, and also it is not user-friendly to maintain. So it's not recommending, it's only used in academia and research. The other approach, which is taking now steps over steps, and so we are deploying it also with companies, is the black box approach. So now I skip one slide to show you the black box approach. The idea is to have a black box optimization algorithm, which could be an evolutionary algorithm, but typically we use also hybrid algorithms which combine local search and global search methods, which find the optimal design variables for the cycle, including the optimal scheme, and then calls for each run the plant model. So an accurate model of the organic ranking cycle, but also of the total plant, including the well, and the database of with a database of the cost in order to compute operating cost and the capital cost, and so computes an present value and gives back this value to the black box optimization algorithm for a further run. This allows to find the optimal design of the plant in a few hours, okay, by exploring all the possible designs and the schemes. And also find the optimal values for the pressure and the temperature and so on. And this is what we are doing in a collaboration with Saipem, like right in this period. Again, we are moving from oil and gas area to the geothermal area, methods which are already well established from many years. Okay, so the first we are dating back to development of this type of methods to the 90s, more or less. Okay, it's an example of a case of I'm showing the optimal found by the algorithm in the two cases with a brine temperature of 120 degrees C and high temperature brine temperature of 210 degrees C. And we compare the performance of two possible working fluids, isobutane and isopentane. And you can see that the algorithm can find, in this case, was the optimal efficiency cycle with a few hours for each case, which is a very good result. Avoiding also long hours of manual design and analysis made by the engineers. So, in conclusion, we can state that according to what said by my colleague, there is today an increasing interest in geothermal plants, also for high temperature wells. It is suitable for combined heat and power, but also for dispatchable power, because in the future, we are going in a future dominated by intermittent renewables, and need to balance the grid, so dispatchable generators are very important. And there are systematic ways to find the optimal design for these plants, which can allow reducing cost and improving the efficiency. And thank you very much for your time. Sorry for the Extra time.
Thank you. Thank you, Emanuele, Paola, for your very insightful overview on how also plans for surface plans can be optimized. And first of all, for the overview to the audience on the knowledge related to the surface facilities, but then also a practical demonstration. I'm luckily because I'm collaborating with you, but it's a demonstration that tools, knowledge, and methods all already applied in oil and gas can be applied also in the geothermal sector. So again, this is a demonstration of the bridge. So thank you so much. And again, to be in time is better to postpone questions during the break for the lunch. It's for you, okay? So thank you so much. Thank you. So now we move to a panel session dedicated to medium low geothermal energy application for the sharing of oil and gas expertise. So we are continuing building this bridge, and we will do so with this panel session that will be moderated by Ernesto Petteruti. Ernesto will introduce the panelists and lead the discussion. Ernesto works in oil field development and marketing, focusing on production chemistry, flow assurance, and chemical technologies for energy application across oil and gas and geothermal sectors. Also actively involved in key industry platforms, such as Society of Petroleum Engineers is part of the board of the Italian section, and the European Technology and Innovation Platform. Thank you, Ernesto, and the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you for introducing myself. All right, so I want to invite our three panelists, Emanuele Calò from Saipem, Severin Sekelner from OMVAU, and Olivier Poix from Gaffney Klein Becker Hughes. Please take the stage. All right, Olivier and Severin, welcome. There's water here if you want to take some. So, okay, first of all, I want to introduce your curricula because, I mean, they're excellent curricula of people that is dedicating their career to transfer knowledge from oil and gas to geothermal. So Emanuele is a civil engineer who built his career at Saipem, serving as rig manager on onshore and offshore drilling operations across multiple international assignments. And today he's based in Milan as head of offshore drilling operations, coordinations, methods, and KPI, and West Africa drilling area manager. So he brings a hands-on operator perspective of what it takes to move drilling capabilities from oil and gas into new domains. Welcome, Emanuele. Severin has over 20 years at OMVAU across exploration, development, business development, digital co-development in Europe and beyond. For the past 3 years, he has led the maturation of geothermal opportunities in Italy, so it's our big interest to hear from you, and the Netherlands as advisor for geothermal development. Severin has lived the transition from hydrocarbon to geothermal subsurface and knows firsthand where to transfer works and where it doesn't. Thank you for being here, Severin. And then, last but not least, Olivier is Director for Energy Transition and Carbon Management at Gaffney Klein, an international energy advisory firm, part of Baker Hughes Group. With over 28 years in oil and gas, from exploration to project financing, M&A, and academic credentials from École de Géologie, Heriot-Watt, and SDA Bocconi, Olivier combines deep technical knowledge with financial structuring expertise. His current focus on geothermal and carbon management places him right at the center of the bankability question we'll be discussing today. Right, so let's set the stage. So this morning we heard a lot about what is the potential of low and medium geothermal, and low and medium enthalpy geothermal. And this is often presented as a ready-to-scale solution for industrial heat. So we heard this morning the resource exists. Yeah, take your microphone. Technology is available, strategic need, decarbonizing the industrial process has never been clearer. But then we see the industrial deployment is getting a little bit issues yet and is below expectation. So everybody's waiting for scaling this potential. And the answer seems not to lie in the resource and in technology, but in other aspects like execution, integration, and bankability. So this is exactly where oil and gas industry can play a decisive role in the technology transfer. So let's go to the first question. And Olivier, I'll make the first question to you because, I mean, you have a very good point across operators, banks, and advisory. So if you had to prioritize, is this primarily a technology issue, a resource issue, a bankability problem? What is the one factor that determines whether a project reaches execution?
Yes, so thank you, Ernesto, for the question. I think it's really hard to pick up one factor. Obviously, we have seen this morning the complexity of the value chain to make it happen and to make a successful execution of a project. I think for me, it's really the coupling of the demand and a quality resource. I think the two are really a prerequisite in order for a project to be successful. Having said that, we should not undermine the importance of economics. It was discussed this morning. And I just have one example of a project where there is a quality resource with spreadability over a number of years. There is heating demand. But the problem is that the heating demand is 15 kilometers away. And just this 15-kilometer pipeline just kills the project. So I think what is really important is to have the demand, quality resource tied together into one project. And once you got that, I think bankability is not anymore an issue because bankers will follow, equity investors will also be keen to take the risk. And the last point is a good project, typically for banks, is really a project where there is a strong off-taker, quality, predictable resources, and then, of course, some economics to justify to connect the two.
All right, Emanuela, what do you want to add?
If I will need to prioritize, it is fundamentally a bankability and execution challenge, and not a technology or a resource issue. In medium to low enthalpy projects, the resource is widespread, while the technology is mature, largely overlapping oil and gas assets, plants, know-how, especially in drilling and subsurface operations. Projects stall at FID because drilling and subsurface risk are not sufficiently quantified to lock cost and project baselines. Since drilling, it's both the largest CapEx item and it's the main uncertainty driver, the ability to reduce and to translate execution risk into predictable cost and timelines it's essential to the project to become, to actually reach execution.
All right. Please, Severin.
For me, simply the answer is that we still struggle to understand what product we are producing. Yeah? And this means that our process does not fit, and this creates confusion, and confusion creates projects are not approved or delayed. Let me give you two examples. Yeah. Oil and gas, we produce a global commodity. Wherever we go, the market is fair. We don't need to know before we drill the first well the name of the end customer. In contrast, in geothermal, you need to have a heat contract in place. Yeah? And sometimes in projects, this is coupled with an early FID at initial stages, and the decision makers are not used to that. Secondly, we all know that in oil and gas, we mature a project gradually over time, reaching highest value of information at FID. This enables the decision maker and financial institutions to adapt to the project and helps them to minimize a negative project capital allocation. In contrast, geothermal, the heat of the contract needs to be in place. And in order to get this in place, normally you require 12 to 18 months negotiation. This is understandable. In many cases, this is a 100 million euro contract, but it takes time until this is solved. So I think as long as we do not understand which type of product we have, it's a challenge. Oil and gas, it's a global community, and geothermal, it's a local service. And this we need to understand.
Right. Thank you very much. So, I mean, what is emerging a little bit from your first answer is the picture is that the resource is there, the technology works, it's more the system around the project, that the contracts, the risk allocation, overall the execution model, that is a little bit where the things break down. So, I mean, if the bottleneck is the execution, what do you think is the one critical capability or technology that oil and gas can bring to close this gap? And why it is not yet systematically applied today? Emanuele, you sit at the intersection of engineering, drilling, project delivery. So what you can bring?
Yeah, if scaling geothermal is an execution challenge, what is the key oil and gas enabler is the ability to offer a complete and integrated well packages. What project needs is a single contractor with a unique accountability from well design to drilling rig, services, long lead item, and project execution. So basically, the capability to unlock the integrated approach by means of having a unique accountability. As I said, it's essential to deploy the efficient project for geothermal.
Severin, your turn.
To unlock geothermal everywhere, we need to move away from subsurface dependency from the rock to move to industry dependency, meaning standardization and scalability. A classic geothermal project requires a good reservoir at a certain location, and this is in many cases rather a boutique solution and is not scalable. OMV's participation in the closed loop technology EVOR and also in the project Gerets Rietz is our commitment to address this subsurface independency. With the EVOR technology, you no longer need a good flowable reservoir with the right temperature and the big flow rates. All what you need is a hot rock. By deploying a working fluid in this setup, we can harvest the energy independent of the geological challenges. And the good thing is, by end of last year, on the 25th of December, we were possible to implement the first fully deployed EVA loop in Germany, which is currently producing 80 megawatt electricity into the German grid system. In total, it will be 4 loops, and the second one will be commenced this year. For us, this is a big step because it shows that the technically deployment is achieved, and now we can move towards industry scalability.
Olivier, please.
Thank you. I think one of the key capabilities that the oil and gas can bring is really this portfolio approach, having different projects with different risk profile and combining them into one single business. I think it's something that brings potentially a lot to scalability. I mean, when we see the market at the moment with a lot of drive by municipality, small consulting company, they cannot bear the risk of a single project failure. And I think it's important that those risks are mutualized within a portfolio And one of my colleagues mentioned to me that there is this, we spoke about Denmark this morning, there is this company called Energi in Denmark, and they have really tried to address this subsurface risk by having really a portfolio approach. We mentioned delays in permitting. We know subsurface risks can be high also. And so that's very encouraging to see that maybe this approach, this unique capability of oil and gas is potentially transfers to this new business model in order to scale up the resources.
All right, so I think we have three fully complementary angles here. Saipem is more on integrated execution, OMVAO on the steps for technology independence, and Gaffney Klein more on portfolio risk management. So together they look like they describe a full industrial deployment model. But I mean, the other question is, geothermal projects seem to work a lot on pilot scale, but then the issue is to scale it into repeatable industrial portfolios. So from your experience, what is this that this scaling process stops a little bit, and how can the oil and gas approach to managing subsurface uncertainty and system integration close this gap? So Severin, you spoke about Italy. That is the home geothermal, at least is where geothermal was born. And here we are a little bit stuck. So where do you think, generally speaking, the process is breaking?
Yeah, let's talk about Italy then. Yeah, Italy, you have business since over 100 years. So on paper, you should already be a global leader from scalability. But it's stuck currently. For me, the reason is because Italy currently has what I call a permit purgatory. Yeah. It means you currently have across Tuscany, Lazio, Campania, dozens of research permits sitting in the drawers. This is not only a piece of paper, this is hundreds of millions of euros of potential energy. Yeah? So why the rigs are not moving? For me, the answer is, you have addressed it already, a single well death trap. So 5, 10, 15 years ago, when there was the call from the government, it was not answered by the big oil and gas companies, it was answered by small companies. These small companies, they cannot afford to drill a well. A well in Italy in general, depending where you are, the average cost is 5 to 50 million euro. For these companies means if a drill and it's a success and everything is super, yeah, they're heroes. The reality is, most likely it will be a failure because they don't have the knowledge. And secondly, if it's a success, is it really enough to make it commercial? So they have a situation that they do not have enough capital allocation to execute, and they also do not get the funds from the bank because the risk of bankruptcy is too high. Yeah? So what is then the solution? If we want to end this, we need to understand that geothermal is not a small-scale business, but is really a heavy industry deployment. Yeah? In reality, it means a solution could be for oil and gas industries, with our experience, with our people, with our capital allocation, we are taking care of the subsurface risks. Yeah? And then we marry a big utility provider. You have one or two here in Italy, and they shall take care of the grid infrastructure and the end customers. And this might be one point.
Thank you, very clear. Emanuele, what do you want to add?
Hello. Scaling geothermal, it's not does not break down because not because projects are site specific, but because execution model does not scale. What can be replicated is not the geology, but how projects are delivered. Fragmentation across subsurface plans, well designed, drilling services, and procurement increases risk, increases cost, and timelines. The oil and gas contribution is to industrialize the execution through integrated well delivery and single point accountability, allowing different geothermal projects to be delivered reliably, efficiently, and at scale.
Olivier, what can you add?
Yeah, I mean, I really like everything I've heard. And I was just thinking, if a project stops at a demonstration stage, I think it's important, and here I take my hat as a consultant to think, okay, what went wrong? Because I believe that the demonstration should be just one gate toward investment, decision, and then implementation. And if you need a demo, and it failed, I mean, maybe some risk was not really well understood, and there could be a risk linked with subsurface, or maybe with an off-taker, negotiation taking too long, or price not being acceptable, or maybe the power not being attainable because the resources proved to be disappointing. So I think, again, what is important is that this demonstration is one gate along the way, but the risk has been already identify, and the demonstrator just confirm the expectation of the project so that the project can go ahead. And so it's more like confirming that everything is on track as opposed to testing whether it could work or not. And what's the solution? Because I think you asked for it. I think here maybe that's the knowledge, the global knowledge of oil and gas companies, the regional knowledge, and how you combine it maybe with some database that it was mentioned this morning is crucial, so that we've got access to offset wells, knowledge, experience, so that when we come to drill, we know what to expect, and maybe we stay away from places where there is too much risk, because if we have failures, then it's not going to help the rest of the industry, and people are going to fear to put some capital or debt into project. And the second thing is integrating the economics from day one. I think is really important. We need to understand what can be potentially the economics of a project like that, and that what are the associated risks with each segment of the value chain, whether it's capex, whether it's temperature, whether it's flow rate. I mean, we need to really understand what are all the risks potentially from day one. So we start with the demand, and then we find the right resource.
All right, so I think from your answers, we're starting to diagnose a little bit the problem. It's not easy, it's very complex, but I mean, what I heard is like fragmented execution, difficult to manage the risk, sometimes it's not in the right hands, permit purgatory, like you said, Severin. So, I mean, this last question is a little bit a provocation, but it's a positive provocation. What if in 5 years, say 2031, geothermal has not scaled? So, I mean, what do you think will be the main reason? Why geothermal should, I mean, everybody here wishes that it will be a great success, but if it doesn't happen, what is the main reason at the industrial level, and who is responsible to fix it? Severin.
If we fail, it will not be because of the engineers sitting here in this room. Yeah? It will be because of the rules. What does this mean? Yeah? I think we are still lacking regulatory and financial support for future operators. And I think we have right now a situation where you have the capital waiting on the sidelines, and still in some countries the regulation needs to catch up. But this environment is not helpful for investments. So I think we still need to address the rules of the road. And once this is understood, for example, also to understand long-term liability and also grid infrastructure, then once this is done, we have the right setup in order to speed up everything. I want to end on a positive note, because if you look within Europe, you see countries who have a clear commitment, either on national or local level, yeah, or regional level, like, for example, Netherlands, Germany, Croatia, France, yeah. You see the market is moving, even expanding. So, taking here Philippe, it's a good initiative, and we are looking forward to it, yeah.
Please, Olivier.
Yes, so I think it's very interesting to see that there is an action plan at European level, that national roadmaps are being drafted, and I think it's very positive. But I come back to what I initially said. I think we have to focus, if it's a failure, I think it's going to be misallocation of the efforts globally. So there is good places where it seems to work, like the Paris Basin. There is already about 40 wells, and there is new district heating project by the day, and they will combine different municipalities together to kind of mitigate the risk. So I think we see a lot of good things. In the Munich area, I've just heard that it's a fantastic place because there is strong demand, very strong financially off-takers. There is a good dolomite, very extensive with high flow rates. You know exactly where to drill to get the right capex. I mean, like, you know, there is good places, and maybe we should focus first on scaling them up in order to create, you know, the momentum for other places. But for me, it's going to be potentially trying to develop too many places, including not the right area.
Manuel, what can you add?
I would like Ernesto to challenge your premise, because actually change is already happening. A lot of oil and gas players are actively entering the geothermal space, bringing subsurface expertise, bringing drilling capacity, and bringing as well integrated model, integrated execution model. So the issue is not anymore a lack of technology and competencies, but is how fast the existing competencies are deployed at scale. So geothermal will not fail because of lack of solution, but only if the existing transition is not accelerated, enabled across the energy system.
All right, so I want to thank you, all the three of you, because I think your answers were very powerful, first of all. So I think it's clear now that after the discussion, at least for me, it's clear that the problem is not the resource, it's not the technology, it's more the system around the project. So the commercial structure, the risk allocation, the execution models, regulatory frameworks. And I think after the discussion, we are more and more convinced that oil and gas can bring what is missing. So the integrated execution capability, the capital strength to absorb subsurface risk, portfolio thinking, the engineering discipline to turn pilots into repeatable programs. So I think the capabilities exist. The question now is only the speed of deployment. So I want to thank you again, Emanuele, Severin, and Olivier. Thank you, all of you, for the attention. Please, Mariella, back to you.
Thank you, Ernesto. Thank you, all the panelists. It was very, very interesting, this panel session. Now there is time to, okay, it's not, to have the break for lunch. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. And so enjoy the lunch, but especially enjoy the moment to exchange ideas, to have networking all together. Thank you.
Okay, we are ready to start. You can take your seat. Thank you very much.
Aspettiamo un attimo. Ok. Okay, we can restart. We will continue with another interesting panel session, but on high enthalpy geothermal system and next generation geothermal technologies. But before moving into the panel session, it is my pleasure to introduce the moderator, Professor Gioia Falcone from University of Glasgow. Gioia. Gioia is ranking chair in energy engineering at University of Glasgow with extensive academic and industrial experience across geothermal, energy system and subsurface engineering. She has held leading roles in academia in UK, Germany and USA, and currently serves in key international positions, including within the United Nations Commission for Europe and International Geothermal Association. Before starting the panel session, Gioia will provide a keynote speech, a very interesting keynote speech, but maybe there is a particular introduction. I leave you the floor, Gioia.
Thank you,
so
Mariella.
much.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be back where everything started for me. I was sponsored by ENI for 3 years when I was at university for the Professione Petrolio Borsa di Studio. Then I was also funded for my master at Imperial College, and then I just didn't come back. But it was a fantastic experience, and I was based in the Green Palace, Quinto Palazzo Verde, and that's how I started for my undergraduate thesis. I also learned a lot in this particular research center. I still remember learning about PVT, fluid analysis, and core analysis right here, and that knowledge still continues to serve my purpose even in geothermal and in CCS. I would also like to really give my special thanks to Mariella and to Bruno, and also to Andrea for inviting me specifically today to be present. And you have no idea probably how much work they've been doing behind the scenes. So really thank you not only for the direct invitation, but also for all the support provided. Before we go ahead with a bit of a presentation from me and then conversations with the panel, we thought it would be nice to give you the opportunity to maybe ask questions to any of the previous speakers who were here on the podium before, because we haven't had that time so far. Quite a lot has been covered already. Most of the speakers are still around. I can see, probably not everyone. So does anyone have any burning questions or non-burning questions on any of the things that were presented and discussed in the morning? Or would you like to open up any additional topic, even if confrontational? Why not? So we've got microphones to go around. If any questions, feel free. The event is yours as much as it is for those of us standing here. I see nods, I see smiles, but I don't see hands up. Feel free. Anything at all? Come on. That's a great question. You go on. Just if you can wait for the microphone, please, Danny. Thank you.
I was really excited to hear about the European action plan. And as a European, I understand and I agree that the thermal component is a key focus of this strategy, can provide energy security. On the electricity side, we probably all know where the low-hanging fruits are. But I wanted to ask a question on how do you see next generation geothermal looking at fracturing as a blasphemy, or almost sometimes inside of Europe, how much we would allow for fracturing to get to the right level of energy. So I don't know how this policy is going to push for hydraulic fracturing for geothermal, as they are doing in the US already and other areas in the world. So to me, this morning it was great to get that sneak peek on what that action plan may look like. I wonder if there's any additional information that we could maybe discuss on. Do we really see hydraulic fracturing at a large scale in Europe for electricity generation?
Thank you,
I apologize for bringing this up right after lunch.
Thank you, Danny. So who wants to take on the F word? Anyone from the speakers of this morning or anyone from the audience? Philippe, I'm looking at you. I know you're looking at the plant, but I'm looking at you.
Maybe some of you know better than me the story of EGS, no? EGS, like AGS, is born in Europe, no?
not in development, but in realization. Now, you mentioned Sulz 90. For me, Sulz is 2007 when they demonstrate the circulation of the fluid. And the plant is still in operation. It's 1.5 megawatt, but it's still in operation for 20 years. Replicated in Landau in Scheim. And after in Rittershofen. Rittershofen is the EGS only for heating, also to notice. It's not only for electricity. And since 2014, no new EGS plant. We speak about EGS, not on dry rock. We speak EGS on improving now already hydrothermal factors. Why no development? Well, for sure, because we have not seen the scaling that VSA has seen. Probably because we have not done enough research and innovation to bring at the right TRL level. No? We had a program within EJEC in 2010 to replicate also EGS to other geological settings than the Rheingraben, to look at in different areas. We define, I think you are with us, no, Joya, we define 4 different geological settings in Europe and say, let's replicate. It has not been done because several reasons, macroeconomic reasons in Europe. No, we have overcapacity, there's no electrification, the energy consumption is the same for 10 years, no, there's no growing electricity demand, so not we demand for base load. No, it's coming back. We discussed we need research innovation, we need regulation, and we need financing. No, we need a financing program to upscale, like Utaforge, no, to allow the upscale, and we need after to have commercial project with the right tariff, because I think what we miss in Europe, in Copenhagen with the USA, is that we don't have EGS project developer in Europe. We have service company. We have equipment manufacturer, but we don't have project developers. How to stimulate project developers in EGS? I don't have an answer, but I have a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Philippe. And if I may add to that, I think it's interesting also how we use jargon. So we have EGS projects in Europe, which have not so far acquired hydraulic simulation. So Cornwall, which came online just a few weeks ago, is classified as an EGS, but doesn't use hydraulic simulation. So again, we need to maybe also make sure that we ensure transparency moving forward with policymakers and with the public. And you did mention specifically hydraulic simulation, so I think it's, thank you. Any other questions or curiosities from this morning, please? F word or not F word? Okay, well, feel free to step in also later during our panel, because we're going to talk about some of these things. We're going to then open up to more questions from the audience. So I'm going to put this microphone down, and I'll switch to the microphone here at the podium, if that's okay. And I'm going to begin with my little introduction to, that's not mine. Shall I keep going, or? I've got done this presentation. I've got the power. That's my session. Yeah. So is the correct session the slides? Sorry about this. We're just going to check if the correct slides are open. In the meantime, what I would like to do in order to save time, I'm going to pre-introduce the panel speakers who will join me straight after my short introduction. And because with age comes wisdom, I've got to put the glasses on. I will be inviting here to the podium with me Franco Caselli and Luca Masnaghetti. And let me please give you a little short bio for each of them. Franco is a geoscientist with over 45 years of technical and management experience in the upstream energy sector and resources assessment, working for major and independent oil and gas companies and multi-client seismic providers in the North Sea, but also in Southern Europe, Africa, and Southeast Asia. Franco brings excessive experience in all aspects of the upstream oil and gas industry, including project management and assets evaluation. His professional roles range from director to exploration manager to explorationists. Currently, Franco provides geothermal consulting advisory and technical support services to private developers in Southern and Western Europe, Africa, and Latin America. Excuse me, he also manages integrated energy projects with international institutions and governments. The second panel member is Luca Masnaghetti, who earned his master's degree in telecommunications engineering from the Politecnico of Milan in 2005. So he brings 20 years of experience in the energy industry. He has held various technical and managerial roles with Schlumberger, now SLB. And currently, Luca is the director of the Integrated Studies Group of SLB Geosolutions. The group is composed of teams of survey design and modeling geophysicists, multi-physics experts, quantitative interpretation geophysicists, rock physicists, exploration geologists, and basin modelers. They all work together to deliver G&G subsurface studies for resource exploration in oil and gas, but also in energy transition applications. Luca is the focal point of geothermal subsurface characterization within SLB and is also a member of EAGE and SEG. So with this pre-introduction, if I may just ask them to just raise their hands so we know who you are before you come to the podium next. Thank you very much. And I'm going to check if my slides have been loaded now. Maybe not. Not yet, so we'll give it just another couple of seconds. Okay. D'accordo. Mi dicono di partire prima con il panel, quindi allora facciamo così. Per favore, Franco e Luca, se volete accomodarvi qui con me sul podio. Grazie. Prego. Ma sempre improvisation. Vi porgo i microfoni. 1 e 2. C'è anche acqua se volete. Benissimo, grazie. E allora.
This was all meant to keep you awake. It's done on purpose.
Yes, so what I thought of doing is just taking some ideas that I scribbled down here, also listening to some of the conversations this morning, but Franco and Luca, please feel free to extend to additional comments you may have. Just to warm up the podium. Everything is happening here today, okay. I thought about asking one question. Maybe we can start from Luca and then we can also go to Franco with the same question. Where would you see this session is really about high enthalpy, geothermal energy resources, sorry, I should have said it at the beginning, and also unconventional designs. So in these particular sub-areas of work, where do you see the main opportunities?
Okay, so thanks, and thank you everyone for staying here at this critical time of the afternoon. So answering your question, Gioia, the way we approach this in my company, SLB, is on two fronts mainly. So we still see opportunities in what is called the conventional hydrothermal settings. And on this front, the strategy is to partner with best-in-class operators, especially in the Far East, to try to help them optimize existing assets and take advantage of their knowledge, understanding of the subsurface in these areas to produce more by deploying some of the technologies that we have developed in the years in the oil and gas. And on the other end, the second aspect is really on EGS, which is where we see the opportunity to actually scale up the geothermal power production for high enthalpy electricity production mainly.
Thank you, Luca, and thank you also for opening up to the international conversation, because I think all the major oil and gas organizations, whether they are operators, asset owners, or service companies, they will probably be interested in the overall size of the market, which may not be exclusively at home. Thank you. Franco, would you like to add anything on this topic of where you might see future opportunities?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
No, my point is more of, before you said the bridge is already built,
I didn't.
There was something, I don't see the title of this too, but anyway, I would like to point out some bottlenecks about this, to develop. One is, I agree with Severin, the guy of OMV before, where I think one of the main issue is that geothermal is not a commodity, but is an utility. So being an utility has all the problem related to the full segment. So you have to be an explorer, producer, developer, and retailer, which is not in the oil and gas. In the oil and gas, you find, or in mining, it's the same. You find a commodity, then you can sell to somebody, you can sell, other company can develop. So it makes everything easier. The other point that I didn't hear this morning is is require exploration. As exploration, it requires a risk assessment. The point, if you drill a well, it can also be dry, and I think nobody's happy to do that. But so you need to de-risk everything. So this, I think, is one of the main problems. When we talk about, critical fluid temperature, the story is the same. You need to take the risk. To the risk, you need to do studies, exploration, and most of the companies involved, except the oil company that they are structured, they are not ready to do that in a proper way. There was, Severin this morning pointed out that the small companies are not suitable to do that. In oil and gas, we have the whole segment. You go from small, medium, majors, but the important is you need to have the knowledge of what you are doing. Another thing I noticed in geothermal is most of the investors, they don't know anything about exploration. Maybe they are very rich because they come from other segments, they are builders, or they want to diversify, but then they arrive totally unexperienced on that, and then they have the surprise, like, a bunch of dry wells or that thing, and then they get very negative about. We had recently some example in Italy about that, but even worldwide it's the same. In Turkey, there have been a lot of negative results. Maybe we are not fully aware, but this is a risky business beyond everything.
Thank you. Thank you. And if I combine
Can I just interject very briefly?
Okay.
Because I think this is also an opportunity, right? That we have to basically, and I think it's very relevant to the conversation we are having here today, is that we can deploy our knowledge in a risky business, which is oil and gas, into the geothermal business, which is, it's really about building this bridge, right? We can actually be actors of this.
For building.
Or destroying bridges, I don't know.
Or to make difficult bridges, maybe.
Thank you.
No, I have a few other points we can talk later. We have been talking this morning. Another very critical point is the permitting. You suggest that we should have because, in this country in particular, but it's also true, what it makes critical everything is that permitting for geothermal is not a ministry level, but is region. I think even if you arrive with the EU regulations, I think, the region will have a lot of trouble to accept it or to apply it. And, it changed totally you go from Tuscany to Veneto to, I don't know, Campania. So that is one of the main points. And I saw most of you before, nobody talk about permitting, it's just a line. And this is also one of the reasons why companies, they get quite scared.
Thank you.
Okay. That's another of my points.
Thank you. So I just wanted to pick up on all of these things, and thank you for all the points made so far. And permitting is certainly an important aspect, and this is where I think there can be synergies between the sectors, because the oil and gas sector is also used to going through permitting processes, which are not the same depending on where they're operating. And in geothermal is the same, depending on where you're operating, there are or not streamlined permitting processes. Can I just bring these discussions also along a timeline? So if we think about short term, medium term and long terms. Whether we want to take, I don't know, 2050 net zero as the long term or anything else, it doesn't matter. But if we talk about the now in the next 3 to 5 years, then let's say the next 10 years, and then maybe into 2050, what do you see the opportunities and challenges you've just talked about? How do you see them changing, not changing, and how can we unblock obstacles if there are obstacles with, again, short, medium, and long term in mind? I'm going to start from Luca first and then go back to Franco.
Thanks. So I think that from a very practical standpoint, this is how, at SLB, from a strategic point of view, we are approaching this. So on the short term, going back to my original point, we have on the one end strategic partnerships on on conventional hydrothermal, predominantly in areas where this is already working. So we're speaking about Southeast Asia, the Philippines. There is an initiative by the Philippine government for the so-called PEP, the energy plan in the Philippines, as well as a strategic partnership with the Star Energy Geothermal in Indonesia. So it's really about partnering with them, working together with them to increase the production through green fields, but also brown fields through their assets, partnering with them through our expertise in subsurface drilling, etc. As well as for what concerns EGS in the short term is about demonstrating in a pilot project the fact that the technique is viable, and this is what we are doing with Ormat in the US. So this is really the short term onto these two lines. The way the company see this developing is that in the medium term, it's going towards more EGS, predominantly EGS, and therefore working to make sure that that is scalable and repeatable in different places, to bring the LCOE down, to deploy improvements and learnings from the pilot into more projects. And then in the longer term, since the capacity in terms of conventional hydrothermal is going to be capped at one point, is to do more and more and predominantly EGS. So if you like, it's short term is on two fronts, hydrothermal and EGS pilot, more EGS and then predominantly EGS, if we want to summarize it in a very high-level point of view.
Thank you. Franco, to you.
Well, again, another point important is geothermal has a very low rate of return, the business. Most of the time you don't arrive at 10%, so you need a very long time to pay back. This again is one of the reasons why it's not so. Another point, together with the risk, there is also this. So in the future, another critical issue are the size of the plant. In these days, the big plants, they are more complicated, they are more expensive, they need a very strong environmental acceptance to have it. So the medium size actually to have it goes around 10, 40 megawatt. But that it creates another problem for an investor. Maybe that is too small to be attractive. So the future, I don't know, is a matter of balance here. If you are happy with the low return, like most of the utility companies are, the utility companies are very happy. Water utilities are happy they have 5-6%. I don't know if we investing in geothermal can be happy with that. So to supply that, you should have incentives. So it may quite, the balance is very important here.
Thank you.
Another point is being an utility. Very rare you sell energy, electricity around. So most of the time it just cover a local area. That's why, in theory, you don't need a very, very large plant. So it should be a bit more capillary work in a country where you have maybe 10 plants of, I don't know, 40 each or 20 each. It's a matter of you have to believe in what you are doing.
Thank you. And I really like what you said about the rate of return, because quite a lot has been mentioned this morning about lowering the upfront capex costs, but that's one part of the picture. Then there is indeed still the fact that you have to wait longer in general to get the same cash flow
it
back.
make people nervous,
Yeah,
you know. In oil, we know very well. Most of my, old friend here, they know that when E&I drill a well, they want to monetize as soon as possible.
Well, I think anyone would
Yeah,
want to do that,
anyone.
indeed. And
So-
the question is, I think, how to then approach the question of sizing the business. So for the oil and gas sector to confidently, jointly moved up into the geothermal sector, what is the size of the business in the medium and long term that would make them do so? So do they need X number of successful large projects, or do they need a diversified portfolio of smallish size projects? And probably different investors, different operators will take different views, but I doubt that just one or two successful projects can fix the problem or can mobilize all the activities from oil and gas to geothermal. So I don't know if you.
Well, in oil and gas, everybody is dreaming to find a giant. When in geothermal, maybe we had to change policy. More small giants or something that is, we need to spread that. And again, you need to have the culture of doing that. And it should be together with the political choices and so on.
Thank you. Before I open up this same question to the audience, I wanted to ask Luca if you've got something to add in this space at all, and also anything about technologies that might help, maybe scaling up in terms of size of the business or services. Or
Yeah, well, yes, and I think I can connect to what Franco has just said, and you as well. I mean, the oil and gas sector is already actively involved in geothermal, and many of the things that have been learned in the oil and gas are already being applied in the geothermal sector, or at least this is what I'm seeing. But I'm sure that other contractors working in the domain can testify this, right? There are some tweaks that needs to be done, but it's already possible, right? And I think it's also one of the reasons why we're here today, right? Because we see that is possible, and it's already happening. For EGS, clearly you said it about CapEx. One key element that was analyzed during all the preparatory work on the DGS pilot is certainly the cost of drilling and drilling speed. That is, and it was mentioned this morning, I think, is one of the key parameters that is going to be important. And that, for instance, in the Fervo, I don't know who is familiar with the Fervo EGS experiment that was mentioned earlier, that was one of the key elements that showed that it's a game changer, right? And then the point is that EGS is not going to be subsurface agnostic. So you will need to know what's happening in the subsurface. So again, what we know from subsurface understanding from the oil and gas will and is playing a key role in the EGS story. So these are the two, I think, key elements that we can transfer as we speak from one domain to the other one.
Thank you. Let me then open indeed to.
I would like just to add a point.
Okay, very briefly, because I wanted to leave some
This
space for the audience.
underground
Please.
is important, of course, the geophysical information. So before drilling, you should do all the proper running, not only the MT. MT is very fashionable, but it doesn't help you to find the fractures. So you need a further step.
Thank you. So based on the conversations that our panelists have kindly opened up to, any ideas, suggestions, preferences from the audience as to how to handle this compromise or reconciliation between the upfront CapEx and the rate of return and the risk, and whether a number of large projects is better or worse than a more distributive portfolio? Anyone? Any operators? Anyone already transitioning from oil and gas to geothermal, or also someone who has already been nearly 100% on geothermal? Any perspectives? And if you're not an operator yourself, sorry, the microphone is coming and going. Even if you're not an operator yourself, I can see that. Sorry for passing in front. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Francesco Di Credico. I work for a company called Baker Hughes. So it's a very interesting comment you made. And I think as an industrial player coming from oil and gas, but also moving on into new energies, and especially on the renewable energies, I think there's different steps we are trying to collectively taking to move this energy transition forward, right? And geothermal is one of the pillars, especially in the short term, because looking to the other renewables that have been already developed for different reasons, I think geothermal is one of the other effective solutions we already have just in front of us that is just waiting to be developed at the right scale. So as my company is doing, and there was other industrial players here that are very well represented, we are trying to walk the talk. So we are also trying to develop geothermal project on our own. For example, we have started a project in Germany doing geothermal wells to supply heat to our largest facility in Europe, but as well to expand the distribution to the nearby municipalities. So it's something that, you know, building the bridge, the answer is there, I guess, right? It's something we really need to do collectively, you know, from industrial player, public research institute, organization, government, to really create the right framework in order geothermal to be expanded. So I think we have been doing a lot of steps on our own, and everyone is playing his own game, but still a lot has to be done. And also in the ways geothermal is advertised externally, especially to public media, social media, it's really something coming even more essential to get the right speed for a geothermal development.
Thank you very much.
That's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, on this note, I would like to thank our panelists, and I invite you to stay on the podium if you would like to. I'm just going to use the next remaining 10 minutes to go through my slides very quickly. So thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Okay, so hopefully we have the right slides on now. Yes, we do. I recognize my university. Right, so I've been introduced already. I will quickly flip through the slides I prepared in order to discuss a little bit the possible places for building this bridge between oil and gas and geothermal in the areas of high enthalpy and next generation geothermal solutions. I always like to show this workflow, which is reminding us that both sectors from these perspectives are really in common. That is going from the initial exploration of the subsurface, as it was already mentioned, particularly also by Franco, and different technologies that we need to use, which are not always the same, depending on what type of resource we want to untap, all the way to building the reservoir models, bringing in the surface facilities, which was one of the topic of this morning, and the story doesn't end there, because then we have to continue monitoring the performance of our systems all the way throughout their lifetime, which is on average in geothermal about 30 years, but it can be, and ideally should be, more than 30 years. On the right-hand side, you see the classic disciplines recognized by the SPE, the Society of Petroleum Engineers, which I thought was quite apt because we are co-hosted by the SPE Italian section. There is one important thing I would like to highlight. In parentheses down there at the bottom, I put deep geothermal workflow. So let's please be very, very careful that we don't give the wrong impression that one non-geothermal sector could be interested in everything geothermal. There's probably shallow geothermal that the oil and gas sector may not have an interest in. There might be some shallow direct or heating only applications that, again, the oil and gas industry may not have an interest in. And that's absolutely fine. If it does, that's great, but then let's not assume that everything is deep geothermal. So in everything we've been talking about today, for example, whether it was low, middle, or high enthalpy, we have been talking about deep geothermal. And that's an important separation, because shallow geothermal is certainly very well established already. And as I said, there's nothing wrong in making that separation. It's just being clear and transparent with policymakers and the public. I also like to be provocative at times. So now I'm taking on Bill Gates directly. And there has been a little bit happening after the scenes, after this post, which already, when I checked a few weeks ago, already had achieved quite a few impressions. Why this post? It was precisely to highlight the fact that we are talking about two existing, well-established sectors. It's not the one is the newbie in here. They've both been existing historically, internationally for a long time. There is plenty of expertise in both sectors. There are international associations for both sectors. We have got the European Geothermal Energy Council, which has been operating for a long time and is now definitely seeing its impact, and already was seeing its impact before. So we are not talking about one being bigger, smaller, older, newer. It's, in my opinion, a one-to-one communication that needs to take place. And being humble and being respectful of each other's territory is always the right way to go. So apart from how I'm going to take it on with Bill Gates, we already succeeded with, encouraging the use of transfer with or transfer between the sectors. It's not from one to the other only, but it's really, truly a one-to-one and by-way conversation that we both sectors need. So we published this geothermal energy engineering book last year, and it was written by representation from both sectors. And it was really an inspiring and educational experience for all of us involved. And sorry, I'm insisting on this because I think that it would actually favor our conversations with governments, with investors, and with policymakers to suggest that we are indeed open-minded to that collaboration. We are not trying to actually build a wall by using the wrong terms. Integration has been mentioned already today. Today we had a very interesting presentation on surface facilities. I like to always look at integrated systems. This is what I learned in oil and gas. This is what I'm still applying in geothermal engineering. We cannot look at modules in separation. We cannot separate the subsurface from the surface. Can we just talk about systems, please? It might actually, again, help us come together and recognize that there is an entire workflow which could be standardized. So I think that we cannot standardize the resources, we cannot standardize one way of doing the wells, but we can standardize a workflow. And hyper-standardization actually can put off the investment. If you try to standardize, it will always be the one application that you forget about. So guidelines, best practices, that's what we should be encouraging. Exchange of data, absolutely, but to lock things too much, we know from experience doesn't help. It didn't help and still doesn't help oil and gas, and it will not continue to help geothermal. So optimizing workflows, cutting down times where we can, sharing experiences, doing case studies, sharing case studies, that's great. But hyper-standardization can be having a boomerang effect, actually. Someone this morning already, I think it was Luca, who presented already a summary of the different phases in project thinking. Again, deep oil and gas and geothermal, deep geothermal, are very much similar. And we don't have to repeat that, but that's an example of where workflows are equally applicable and where there are certainly lessons learned to be shared. An example of where we've already been sharing experience is, for example, the production of best practices for well drilling and design. Again, we will never, ever, ever be able to do one way of drilling every single possible well for either oil and gas or geothermal in the world. And it's great that we have a very varied nature giving to us on a silver plate an incredible varied amount and types of resources. So being diverse in this is great. We already have existing documents, for example, the Sandia report, the classic Sandia report for drilling, which covers a lot of conventional geothermal resources. We have already had best practices from the Netherlands with their expertise in medium depth conventional sedimentary formations. We also had the New Zealand standard, which was then adopted also by the African Union. And of course, we know, as already presented before, that there is an ongoing effort by the IADC to try and do a classification and maybe a standardization, which is not proving that easy precisely because of this variety of occurrences of the subsurface and the way we could drill and deliver. And this doesn't include much more that we have around from ISOs, API, NORSOC, DNV, HSC. So there is plenty out there. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. We need to flexibly revisit what's already available and implement as fast as we can new technology, new methods as they become available. Another thing is that standards can easily become obsolete. Our technology is evolving so fast that every 6 months or 12 months, we should be updating the standards already. So be aware of not creating a monster that then you struggle to maintain, because in order to be successful, it will have to be maintained and updated really frequently. 3 to 5 years is not enough. That's our lesson learned so far. On well cost, a lot has been said already. We know that costs for drilling are being brought down significantly. And I think that's an example of a joint success of the two sectors coming together. And I will dig into that a little bit more. So these are more or less older data. We now have newer data. And again, please be aware that these data include hot dry rock in the way we were doing hot dry rock about 20 years ago. So HDR today has already lowered in cost significantly, and if I go for shallow 1,000 or 2,000 easy wells in hydrothermal resources, those costs would probably not apply, there would be less. So again, generalization is very dangerous here as well. Excuse me, we have already heard quite a few times the name of Fervo as a project which has been developed in America. And we know that EGS, Enhanced Geothermal System, is a keyword that has been around for a long, long time. So very confusing to understand what exactly an EGS system is, whether it does or doesn't include hydraulic stimulation. We know all of that. And this is where we are still exploring. We are still R&D, a lot of it. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong in saying when we need to test more, when we're exploring something, when there is a first in the world, you cannot say, hence, it will work everywhere. Oh my gosh, no, we just need to keep on learning. And it's great to have a successful pilot. It's great to see joint commercial and subsidies investment, but steady on. It's a first, and we need to really make sure that it is scalable and where it is scalable. So with Fervo, for example, we know that we are talking about a very specific setting, and geophysicists among you will know very well that we are talking about extensional tectonic section. Go to the majority of Europe, that's not the stress regime that we have. So we need to make sure that we understand the geophysics where the concept is applicable, where it isn't, never mind the policy obstacles, which can always be removed. I'm always a fan of the fact that with the right evidence, policy can be overturned. But let's understand the technicalities first before we shout that everything is successful everywhere. The everywhere keyword needs to be taken with a lot of care. I'm bringing EGS here because this company, Fervo, has already tackled high temperature systems. So 271, and the new one they're doing in Utah is actually 290. So now we are seeing a very interesting combination of EGS with hydraulic simulation in very high temperature settings. Not the supercritical settings, where probably some simulation will also be needed, but high temperature for sure. There is lots we can do to also exploit unconventional designs with closed loop systems, and I'm going to walk towards the wrapping up of my presentation. We also see situations where geothermal has provided to be an excellent test environment for technologies previously developed in different settings for oil and gas. SAGD already brought the idea of drilling parallel horizontal boreholes. In that case, they weren't parallel like this, remember, but they were one above the other. Why? Because the steam has to have the time to percolate, etc. Now, with the Geothermal project, which was mentioned before, you probably know that it has acquired, but Severin could confirm, 350 million euros. The capacity for the design is 8.2 megawatts electrical, which to my knowledge is not what we have observed so far. If you take the cost divided by the capacity, that corresponds to about 42.7 million euros per megawatt electrical. Even if we manage to achieve the full capacity of the plant, 8.2. Take wind. How much is wind? Anyone knows how much is wind, how much it was in 2025 in terms of million euros per megawatt? 4. So you got 42 versus 4. So this is where we really need to become competitive in order to fight with our own sisters, the other renewables. Obviously, what is the main argument there is that we are base load, wind is not base load. But still we have to justify this ratio of cost. And then finally, another fantastic area of work where we can and should be joining the forces more, and we already are, is supercritical and superhot systems. You're all familiar with IDDP 1 and 2, where there was already oil and gas investment coming from Norway to do the first of those boreholes in Iceland, and now we're about to start drilling IDDP 3. Hopefully in 2027, IDDP 3 will be drilled as Alyssa's first borehole. And there is also the Krafla magmatic testbed. So we had some open questions that we already went through with the audience, and so I would like to take the opportunity to thank once again my panelists and also the audience for this interactive participation, even despite the hiccups with a little bit of logistics. Thank you, and sorry that we overall had to inevitably accommodate the IT delay. Thank you.
Okay, don't worry. Thanks, Gioia. No, I hope that can be questions for Gioia, because your speech was really outstanding. So thank you, Gioia. Thanks all the panelists. So if there are questions for Gioia, we have a few minutes for her. From the audience, there are questions? Yeah, we have. One moment, the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much for what you said. But I just want to pick something from it. You said that it's quite important to separate shallow geothermal from deep geothermal. So are you trying to say that the next future for geothermal energy has nothing to do with shallow geothermal? Are you trying to insinuate that that has already been solved?
Yes and no. So I was really starting from the point of view of the technologies required and the workflows applied. They are different, very different. So one thing is to go for B-test systems with, 100 boreholes, closed loop of 100 meters, where it's really a plug-and-play technology existing, and also where the permitting process is usually very different from the deep permitting process to something which is more natural for the oil and gas sector as technologies and workflows.
Another question?
Yes, good afternoon. Marco Baresi from Turboden. I'd like to share our experience in the last 15 years of geothermal. Basically, we develop 5 plants in Germany in the range of 3.5 to 5 megawatt electrical, 5,000 meters deep. So it means a lot of money for projects, very small projects that are sustainable only thanks to a strong incentive scheme, because we are talking about a lot of money to sustain these projects. On the other side, currently we are involved in project in the United States, in the Fervo project you mentioned. And to give you an idea, Fervo are asking us to develop and to deliver 50 megawatt ORC single turbine, a cluster of 50 megawatt ORC single turbine, in order to reach gigawatt and not megawatt scale. And this is a good opportunity, because thanks to this gigawatt scale of projects, they are reaching lower LCOE than traditional projects. And based on my experience, EGS on this size, large size, and develop with standardized solution, it will be a very good solution also to apply in Europe. You mentioned also the EVER project, the AGS. I agree with you that it is very expensive if you compare 40 million euros to 4 million, but wind turbines works for 2,000 hours and not 8,000 hours as a base load geothermal. But in any case, it's very expensive, and most probably we need a learning curve in order to reduce drastically the cost. So this is what I can share.
Thank you. And indeed, if I can add, as I mentioned when I was presenting, with regards to Fervo, I was referring to being cautious about assuming that the same success can be transferred to Europe. And Fervo is in its own demonstration phase at the moment. Just 2 days ago, they released the initial production data, which are still being interpreted, and still the system didn't reach steady state conditions, so we're still reviewing the data also in the scientific community. But I would be very happy to assume that things are proceeding very well in the part of the world. The question is whether it is replicable everywhere else with the level of success at that scale. And with regards to Evo, indeed, it is incredibly expensive and at the moment, and it's fantastic that we've been able to reuse and perfection technologies that come from oil and gas and offer the testing ground, the cost can certainly come down. This is the first, right? So it will come down. I take it for granted it will come down, but the question is still vis-a-vis the recovery among other geothermal opportunities and against other renewables, which at the moment have this problem of the curtailed energy. But once the storage becomes a solution, then they won't have the problem anymore. So we always have to look ahead and assume that technology developments will happen not only in our sector, but also in other renewable energy sectors. We have to be ahead of the curve all the time. And I was yesterday at the UK Energy Storage Conference. A lot of progress has been made. And underground thermal energy storage could actually become something very strategic to unlock the decarbonization of heating and cooling. So I'm totally with you. I'm just trying to balance spirits and to understand things in different geographical context and assuming different trajectories for the development of technologies, ours and others.
Thank you. Another question?
Hello. I just want to clarify something because we're talking about EWA, and yes, it costs a lot of money. It's capex intensive, but never forget the business plan consists not only of capex but also of opex. In a classic geothermal project, normally you have a ratio of capex versus opex 1:1. Yeah, very simple. With EWA, yeah, the opex once on production, making only 5% of the total investment. And this is the difference why this one is commercial in the long run.
We cannot say that though yet, because Geothermal is the first ever, and we don't know if the insulating material in the horizontal leg will actually sustain 30 years of production, and we haven't tested outside of laboratory environments the high hysteresis effects, both from a hydraulic and thermodynamic perspective. So we're still learning. And really chapeau to all these organizations that go ahead and try on the ground R&D concepts. But I tend to be, as an engineer, always very cautious. We need to let these projects go, and time only can tell us what works and what doesn't work. So everything is great, but let's just, I'm coming from also experience in EGS in Germany many years ago, where we were pushing the conventional EGS like crazy, and then one flop, 2 flops, killed the sector for 10 years entirely. So just with caution, making sure that we go step by step, calling things for what they are, demonstrating, and then really advertising the success, but for what it is. And we don't need to feel forced to advertise the entire package all the way to the end of the lifetime as a success when we haven't seen the success. A similarity is with carbon capture sequestration. I was talking to a colleague in the audience, and we have one successful project, Sleipner, which has only been running for 26 years, and the plume is already moving where it wasn't expected to move, 3 times faster than it was expected to move. So we need to be very cautious if we want to keep the investors on our side. Otherwise, we attract them. It's relatively easy to attract them at the beginning, but then we push them off for the long term. I think Danny had the hand up.
Yeah, the last one. Yeah.
Thank you. I very aligned with what Joya is explaining. I think that there's a danger in assigning that EGS means Fervo and AGS means Evo. There's multiple different technologies, and what I believe we need is a very robust ecosystem of new technologies that are given the time to provide, you know, a specific, maybe some of them are specific for one region or specific for one application. And I just want to make sure for the audience that may not be so familiar as we are, we could discuss forever about what's the productivity index of EGS. Just be sure that you're looking at the overall ecosystem, not just the 2 main players, the 2 trailblazers. There's many other technologies that are coming up that should be given a chance.
Thank you. Totally agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joy, again. Thank you also, Luca, Franco, and the panelists. And yeah, Daniel anticipated his speech. Welcome, Daniel. You can go also to the podium stage if you prefer. You prefer? Okay. Yeah, better not to stay in front of the. Yes. Now, one moment. I'll introduce you. So now we move to next keynote speech on the GeoMap Europe, and it's my pleasure to introduce Daniel Merino Garcia, Vice President of Research at Project Inner Space, a non-profit initiative focused on removing barriers to scale geothermal energy through research, data, and mapping tools, with a strong focus here in Europe through the GeoMap initiative. Daniel is a chemical and petroleum engineer with a PhD in petroleum engineering and spent over 15 years in the oil and gas industry, also in E&I here, yes, before moving into geothermal 2023. At Project Inner Space, he focuses on transferring oil and gas technologies into geothermal to help scale geothermal as a major clean energy source. Danny, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And I have a big problem because, yes, I worked here for 3 years, but I have forgotten how strong Italian coffee is. So I need to move around, otherwise I'm just going to start vibrating. And well, thanks a lot for the introduction, Mariela. My purpose today, and again, understanding that maybe the audience is a wide spectrum of people understanding or being quite new to it, I have the tendency to accelerate a lot when I speak. Coffee is not going to help in that direction. And I welcome everybody to approach to me afterwards if I say something that is not clear. As a non-profit association, our main purpose is to make sure that everybody has the tools and the knowledge to make decisions about geothermal, how they position themselves as a potential career transition or their companies into geothermal. So, as I said, I'm going to go quite fast over a few topics, not only GeoMap, but also other initiatives that we have on how oil and gas can engage better with geothermal. So, again, an invitation for future conversations on this matter. All right, Inner Space, it's a non-profit association. We bring in philanthropy money to do research, to identify where are those areas that are in front of geothermal to grow to the potential, because everybody knows that we are like this right now in deployment. We are like this in terms of potential, as IEA showed. And there's numerous barriers in front of us. So we do research, we identify those areas that we believe we can help with an overall approach, trying to help the whole community, and then we bring in philanthropy money to develop products and initiatives to, again, serve the whole community. Our logo, you can see there, is actually a Tetris, because there's not one, there's not two, there's multiple pieces that are falling in front of us, these barriers that we want to solve at the same time. So you cannot just solve the technology component, as much as I wish, because I'm a technology person, but we need to look at finance, workforce, and policy. Let's not forget about that one. So again, you can read about all of our activities in our website, but I just wanted to highlight the fact that we're in front of a Tetris, and we don't really have that much time to go to the next stage. One of the main barriers that started at work that has led to what we call our flagship product that we have developed together with Google is quantifying the size of the opportunity, quantifying the potential for geothermal to actually deliver. 3 years ago, that need was clear, but there was no incentive for a single entity to take on this task. So we convinced Google to help us. We convinced philanthropy money to put more than 3 million into creating a structured work continent by continent to clean data, curate data, merge all that information into an open access tool. And that's what we, after 3 years of going first to Africa, then to Europe, Oceania, US, we have covered the whole world. And what I wanted to show today is the generic basis of what's available there and a couple of insights on Europe that, I mean, no surprise, it's not going to be much different than what you've seen up to now, because again, Europe is quite well characterized, I would say, in terms of the availability of data, the identification of the opportunity, and a robust traditional geothermal industry in some countries. Who knows what you can do in other countries, like Spain, for instance, that we're still not doing anything. So you will not see surprises there, but I'll show you, however, our insights. Okay? So the tool is open access, by the way. Everybody can just log in, find out information, use that information into your own decisions. We have 3 main blocks, the first one being the subsurface. So we have consolidated, with the help of more than 100 scientists, more than 7 contracts in parallel, information around the thermal model to understand at depth what is the temperature that you have, at depth what is the presence of faults and other tectonic components that facilitate heat escaping the earth and allow you to have heat closer to the surface in a more economic way, and also to understand what kind of resources. As Joey was saying, not every single place is good for hydrothermal, not every place is good for next generation geothermal with fractures, so it's important to understand where you have those resources. We call it a foundation because, of course, this is a 2D map. Somehow the 3D component is integrated in some of our parameters. But there's some work to be done after this. This is no more than having the opportunity to understand the size of the opportunity globally for countries that, like Nigeria, nobody's doing geothermal in Nigeria, or Madagascar. There are some places around the world that have a lot of potential and they don't know and they're not doing anything about it. So it's a very useful tool for policymakers. It's a very useful tool for geologists. So it tries to cover a very wide range of interest and trying to support, as I said, the whole community. The second element is the demand. This morning we were talking, we need the right supply next to the right demand. And there's, again, a lot of information available in the public space. This is, for us, mostly on gathering and consolidating information on where's the demand for thermal uses, for electricity, for cooling. What are the boundaries? Because you cannot really do a geothermal anywhere. I mean, you have mountains. You cannot do geothermal in the mountain. You cannot do geothermal in protected areas. You cannot do geothermal in several regions, so those boundaries are important. But also those boundaries mean incentives. Depending on which state you are, or which country in Europe, or which county, you have different incentives that may help you, try to accelerate, but always try to look at it as a portfolio basis. That resonated a lot during the conversations before, like an approach that is portfolio based rather than project by project is really the approach, and that's why having a global view is useful in our opinion. And again, resources, we didn't really talk about water up to now. we cannot forget that you always need water for whatever energy generation. So it's important to know where that water may be more at risk, where you may find more issues and challenges to access water, but resources can also be positive. We did mention already lithium. There's people looking more at other areas like magnesium, silica. There are many more elements than just lithium. Of course, lithium is the sexiest one right now, but it's not the only one. So it's important to look at the overall resources in parallel. The third element is that, again, geologists understand petajoules per square kilometer, but if you want to talk to people, they need to see the dollars. So that's why we integrated a simplified technoeconomics. I mean, there's no rocket science in doing technoeconomics, but doing two things. First, showing power, heating, and cooling for that location at the same time so that you can make a decision what resource I have and what is the value of that resource for a specific application, and then you can make decisions. And also providing sliders, because there's not a single value. The drilling cost in Forge, Utah, for Fairway in Utah is not the same as bringing a rig to the Canary Islands, or the oil and gas industry in Germany is not the same as the oil and gas industry in Abu Dhabi, right? So sliders are important to address regional variations, but also the opportunity to look at innovation, new technologies, and how that can impact and have a lower and lower cost of energy with time. So again, 3 modules: subsurface, surface, and technoeconomics to give you the overall perspective. Of course, we do not stop there. We should not stop there. One thing is raw data, another thing is what kind of interpretations you can do. Because as a non-profit, we try to be, using Giovanotti, in ombelico del mondo, nel senso di poter, in the sense of trying to help and talk to everybody. And if you talk to everybody, policymakers, finance, academics, you can also tell them, look, you should be doing this, you should be prioritizing and trying to find those quick wins that could create a domino effect. So we do some statistics, some analytics. We calculate heat-in-place potential. We calculate generation potential. Some of the numbers that you saw this morning from IEA came from our analysis. You can also rank in terms of favorability versus data centers. Again, a key topic these days. It's a bit of selling your soul to the devil, no? Try to generate energy for AI, who's going to kill us all one day. But at the same time, it's an opportunity for geothermal to grow. Favorability, suitability for certain industries or areas that you have coal or nuclear. In Spain, we have places that have nuclear that are being decommissioned, but the grid is there. So they're looking at geothermal as an opportunity to reuse all those connections. So suitability for coal, areas with coal, areas with nuclear that is being decommissioned is important. So we do this kind of analysis on a more regional basis. We try to strategize and say, oh, Brazil, India, UK, the US, Indonesia even. These are areas where we've been publishing specific reports, trying to show that size of the opportunity, using GeoMap as our, let's say, as our foundation. For Europe, electricity potential. I mean, usual suspects, southern Croatia, Italy, France, Germany. There's a lot of places that have electricity potential, not only looking at next generation, but also traditional geothermal. So we do hope that the action plan will bring more clarity so that people can start exploring electricity. But probably the thermal component of geothermal is the one that is more of a quick win in Europe. What I wanted to highlight is not only on the residential side, it could also be industrial. You can do steam generation between 150 to 150 degrees Celsius. That's something that is achievable. Of course, depends on the resource and where you are. But we wanted, I mean, just one of the layers that we have is this weighted overlay analysis for favorability for the industry. So you see a lot of red dots, Europe, Central Europe, Spain, Italy. There's a lot of places where you can actually find the resource next to the demand, also at industrial level. That's the keyword that I wanted to put forward. And finally, yes, district heating, that's a very easy and large quick win. This comes from a person that lives in Madrid. There's an aquifer at 90 degrees Celsius that has been identified since the 90s. Nobody's doing anything about that, so I'm really hoping that Italy and other countries that have already district heating that is doing geothermal, that they do more, so that I can go back home and show it to my friends in Madrid and say, look, you should be doing more of this. And yeah, so again, we try to identify where are those areas and try to signal them and facilitate whenever people are saying, oh, where is my quick win? So that they can quickly identify them in an open access tool. Again, no cost, just go in, play with it, give us feedback as always, because we're always thinking of ways of improving all these assessments. Another alert is that, yes, we have, I believe we have the best possible 2D model. Whenever you really want to develop a project, you need to go a bit deeper. And that's where people, and I have to thank Joya because she helped us with this specific deep dive into the Triassic reservoirs that were located under hospitals in the UK. You need to do simulations. You need to go back and retrieve as much information from logs. You have to build the same workflow of static model, dynamic model, development optimization that anywhere else. What we're trying to do with our models is to facilitate identifying where you should be going that route and where you should be doing this analysis in more depth. And again, you see there's a lot of overlap between hospitals that are key facilities that require constant energy supply with geothermal potential at quite moderate temperatures. So again, a very powerful combination that we should explore further anywhere else in Europe and in the world. Okay, so this is what I wanted to share on what GeoMap is. Happy to discuss further any clarifications that may be needed. I want to also take the opportunity of this stage to talk about how we see the engagement between oil and gas and geothermal. And we had several initiatives. This one in particular is called Geode, which is a collaboration with SPE in the US with the Department of Energy. And it is a structured effort to do knowledge transfer from oil and gas into geothermal. Again, looking at the same Tetris pieces, it's not only technology, it's also data availability, policy, finance, etc., etc. We have delivered a number of reports, roadmaps, prioritizing what actions that the teams believed were more important after a consensus with 130 entities that were part of the Geode consortium. Unfortunately, they're not published yet. I hope that they will be soon. But I feel comfortable sharing three insights that were coming from the discussions with, again, a lot of different stakeholders from industry, academia, national labs. The first one being on the technology. The feeling was that for the drilling component, that's a checkpoint, and that we should be moving into the reservoir management and also the integration with the facilities in order to continue decreasing the cost of energy, the cost of geothermal energy. My second point would be on the finance. And my third point, no, let me start first by the demonstrations, because in every single working group, the question was, show me more data. And we believe that that data, yes, there's a component that will come from public funding, but an industry-led, deciding as an industry what's more important is much more powerful. There are several examples for the shale revolution where it was the industry that led the consortium. They did not wait for the public sector to play a role. It was an industry-led effort. And on the finance side, the general conversation, there was a lot of mirroring with shale revolution. For them, the analogy is that the shale revolution happened when the banks believed in the pressure declines, because you know that the shale wells are not producing constantly, they have a sharp decrease, and the equivalent is the temperature decline. We have to still demonstrate in multiple geological settings that we can manage the temperature decline of next generation. And the moment that happens, there's so many people waiting. so many companies already be in position to say, okay, now it's when I jump into geothermal. So that component of positioning is a very important one. And yeah, it's all about trusting the finance markets, trusting the temperature decline. We just published this report. And again, as I said, we do report, we do research, we publish a report, and we try to act on it later on. This one is specifically trying to target on what should be the role of oil and gas majors into geothermal. And I wanted to make 2 points. The first one is, again, a comparison between a major and a startup. The problem for a startup is that they're sweating blood every time they have to get more funding. Like $400 million for Fervo is 3 years of the life of the CEO. But for an oil and gas major, that's maybe the second or third digit of the balance sheet. So how you can secure scale is very important. And the second point is a portfolio approach. One of the conclusions here is that you would need these big players to position themselves at least on the 25 gigawatts to really move the needle for them to see this as a business opportunity. The whole paper is looking at how we're decreasing the cost and how, in terms of, if you're at a cost of around $4,000 per kilowatt, that's where you're already looking at the double digits. And again, I'm going to refer back to the AI as an opportunity because they're willing to pay more. So this morning we were discussing LCOE. What is how do we define bankability? Through LCOE or through the rate of return? And it's really the rate of return that is maybe stopping oil and gas to go further, these majors to really develop and go further into geothermal. And thanks to technology, we're going to a low LCOE, so that when you combine a low LCOE with a high premium that AI developers are willing to pay, these high hyperscalers, that's when you get to the double digits, that's when you get to the 20% that would really move the needle. But you have to look at it at a portfolio scale. So we are recommending every single player in every single major is to do their homework, analyze, and see if they are able to capture a 25 gigawatt market, because that's maybe happening in the next decade. So the sooner you position yourself, the better. Another barrier is understanding geothermal. And I mean, making geothermal cool, I don't know why I wrote that, but the important message is that we're trying to make geothermal relevant in the energy discussion. And the way that we as a nonprofit have to get there is to organize events that we call Geothermal House and go to those places where geothermal is still irrelevant. All these photos come from CERAWeek. We hosted an event a month ago. And you can't imagine how many people there did not really know what geothermal was, not to mention all of the acronyms that we're discussing here. So we spent 4 days explaining, having panels, and showing to the decision makers, C-suites, what geothermal can do. You can imagine that there was multiple majors passing by. I have to say I did not see any, but at least there were players all over the world there. And we know by first hand that all of these majors are positioning themselves, they're doing the homework, they're studying, and they're defining their opportunity. So I would not be surprised to see very, very soon quite large announcements by these guys. I think I have, 3 slides left, well on time. I wanted to mention something that may not be so, let's look at geothermal scale, but I believe it's a very important element. Again, in all of these pieces, all of these Tetris, we need to make sure that the communities are following us and are agreeing with us and are engaged in geothermal. And a very key element of that is demonstrating value for the communities. So as a nonprofit, we were able to create a program that we call GeoFund that is specifically focused on, I'm going to say the global south for lack of a better wording, but looking at what we can do for certain communities that are remote, that have hot springs, that you can benefit from that energy firsthand. You can show the value of geothermal. So whenever you do after that, you know people understanding, oh, well, I know geothermal did something for me, that's fine. And what we did here is basically give them funding to create an absorption chiller, to build absorption chillers so they have a hot spring, 80 degrees Celsius. With absorption chiller, they can chill water and support a cold storage facility. Cold storage for them means that their apples are sold when they want, not when they get rotten, meaning that for the community it's great. And they're using a hot spring, and I didn't put here how many hot springs there are in India. You can imagine there's a lot. The reason why I wanted to bring this here is because when we're scaling for high enthalpy or high value energy, there's always a residue that we call waste energy when we're retrofitting, but at the beginning it's co-production. As Joya was saying, we should look at this on an integrated way and make sure that there's always one revenue, one stream in our cascade of process that goes to the community. That's the best way to solve social license, from our opinion. Beyond that, once we start doing this, we go to countries, again, like India. I just wanted to show that there's an opportunity to do feasibility studies very, very quick. These days, I mean, this took literally 2 months. We put it in front of a specific player, a large chemical, building a lot of different chemical products. And we showed that they should be doing geothermal in their area. So even though we are not a player that wants to develop ourselves, every now and then we do these feasibility studies because there's so many more opportunities worldwide that people are not looking at, and many of them include more than one process. So again, always think about co-production whenever you're doing your business models, because there's a lot of revenue that can come for multiple projects. My last slide is more like a wish, because as Innerspace, we have this mentality that we should be gone in 3 years, because by then there will be a very robust geothermal sector that combines all of the muscle from oil and gas together with geothermal, and then we can retire. So this is my pledge to all of you, that we should do this fast so that I can retire in 2030 and do something else and not have to work on geothermal. So we do believe this is a terawatt scale business opportunity that, with the right framing, policy, and support, should be at the beginning of the next decade into full motion to bring terawatts of energy for the world. That's my pitch. So happy to chat later on.
Thank you very much, Daniel. We have few minutes for 1 or 2 questions. So if from the audience there are questions, we would be very happy to accept them. Okay, Luca, please.
Thank you, Daniel. I just want to build up on one thing that you said that is very correct regarding the fact that EGS is not only Fervo and AGS is not only Ever. And innovation is not only EGS and AGS in geothermal. There's a lot of innovation. I tried to give a picture before, but maybe I didn't mention one of the most fashionable things at the moment, which is AI and machine learning. Through these methods, you can reach some resources that we are not aware of yet. Not that you cannot reach them now, but it would take a much larger effort. So we can also enlarge our portfolio of resources with new methods, which make it cheaper to identify resources, for example. And that's part of the scaling up that we are talking about. I take the chance also to bring a bit of a more positive, let's say, attitude towards geothermal against what I heard some minutes ago. I've been in geothermal for 16 years, and that's my entire career, so I'm very biased, okay? And I don't know everything about geothermal like anybody does. But at the same time, what I would like to say is we are not looking at oil and gas as someone to learn only from, okay? We're just trying to look at oil and gas as a market that we would like to replicate to scale up. So it's not a question of being bought by oil and gas. We are not on sales, okay? We are an established industry, yes. Are we a successful industry for now? I don't know. So the point is, we don't have to discard everything we have done until now. Innovation very often starts from small. Small companies are startups. It's impossible to do real innovation in big companies. Everybody knows. In big companies, you make implementation of innovation. You cannot do new, outstanding, disrupting things. The same applies to markets. I think we have brought geothermal to a point that is 17 gigawatt all around the world. That is a very small number. It's the same number as a solar thermal, which nobody thinks of when we think about renewables, okay? But it's a completely different kind of 17 gigawatt, okay? We have a solution that we have to continue bringing on with conventional geothermal and everything. We are not just saying EGS and AGS are the only solutions for the future. It's just that we cannot look only at the lowest hanging fruit anymore. We have to look in the future and we have to develop more R&I and more projects.
Fantastic, Luca. If I may build on top of your comments, we are very much aware, and again, I mean, the geothermal industry has a trend of innovation that is probably going to go to deeper technologies. That's the super hot rock. And we hosted one event in MIT Lincoln Lab because the building of the bridge between oil and gas and geothermal, there may be a limit in temperature. And what we wanted to make sure is that there was an opportunity. And we brought oil and gas operators, geothermal operators, service companies as well, like the ones that are present here, to see what are the technologies that they were developing for the military and the aerospace industry. So if you want to go to the 400 Celsius, you should also look beyond oil and gas into other industries. As you said, I mean, it's the spillover between different industries, it's a must. And it's not only the oil and gas industry that can play a role in innovation. For higher temperatures, I would say that it's not the right player to help the geothermal industry grow. It's more aerospace, and actually some projects are coming out of that, particularly for packaging electronics, which, I mean, for like 600 degrees Celsius, no problem I have. Look here, go ahead, yeah? Yeah, basically that. Thanks for that.
Thanks, Dani. Totally agree with you. Thanks, Luca, for your comments. So we are perfectly in time, so we can move directly to the coffee break. We have 15 minutes, so we will reconvene at 3:35. microfono. Ok? Let's restart. Okay, we now move towards the conclusion of the day with a very interesting technical session focusing on case studies and tools that explore the overlap and synergies between oil and gas and geothermal energy. The session will dive into practical examples and technical insights on how oil and gas expertise can be transferred to accelerate geothermal development. This session will be moderated by David Govoni, geologist with over 20 years of international experience in the mining and sustainability sectors, and since 2023, president of the European Federation of Geologists. David, I now hand over. David? Okay. I now hand over to you to introduce the session and the panelists. Thank you so much for being with us today, and the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this technical session. I will start with a brief introduction about European Federation of Geologists, more like a self-introduction. I am president of this organization. This organization was founded in 1980 and has the headquarters in Brussels. It is the member of the organization are the National Association of Geologists in the different countries of the Council of Europe. In Italy is the National Council of Geologists of Italy. It represents around 50,000 members, people in Europe, and has a global network of around 150,000 if we consider the associated partners as the Association of Geologists of US, Canada, South Africa, and other regions. So moving to the topic of today will be very brief. I don't have slides, but what I would like to say is that from a geological perspective, geothermal energy is not just another renewable. So it is the only source that is entirely rooted in the subsurface. So from this, you can imagine for us as geologists and as a category how relevant is geothermal. We often say, and in different institutional tables in Europe, that geoscience is essential for energy transition. And I would like to say that geothermal is one of the clearest expression of this. And as a federation, we are very active on geothermal. I'm not an expert myself of geothermal, but we have a panel of experts, and we are very active in Europe with the different institutions and other associations. Moving to this technical session, I read the different abstracts, and I think it's very interesting, this session. It has a very clear narrative. So we start from the understanding the challenging of the resource evaluation and surface understanding, also discussing the aspect how oil and gas experience can be transferred when is useful and when is not transferred to the technical side of geothermal. Then we will move to the integrate subsurface to surface approaches. Then we will move to the advanced modeling and digital solution. And finally, we will look at real time geological data acquisition in wells, and then again discuss the transferring of know-how from oil and gas sector to geothermal. Let's move to the first speaker, and I will briefly introduce the first speaker. The name is Emilio Cecchetti. Emilio holds a PhD in geoscience from Delft University. He has expertise in structural geology, sedimentology, and diagenesis. And he works as a geothermal geoscientist at Sproul ERCE. And he is specialized in assessing and optimizing subsurface resources and geothermal capture storage project evaluations worldwide. So welcome, Emilio, on the stage for your talk.
This works? Yes. Opa. So, well, first of all, thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you for sticking around so far into the workshop. I would like to start this presentation, well, from the title. Analog subsurface different outcomes. I think it's fair to say that, well, hydrocarbon systems and geothermal systems, especially when dealing with hot sedimentary aquifers, share the same subsurface. And, well, I would say that this shared element was a key driver, a key success point to enable the geothermal development in some regions, such as the Netherlands, for instance. But on the other hand, well, different outcomes, because in geothermal systems, it's not just volume that drives success, but well, the integration between the different system concepts. So meaning subsurface, wells, and surface facilities as well. So this is what I would like to bring to you today. And to do that, I'm going to present two main themes. The first one is the geothermal market. I would like to use that as a main analogy. And I would like to, well, go through the market evolution, not just highlighting what was learned from the oil and gas industry and how that expertise was leveraged, but also what were the main challenges that were faced by the market and how these challenges were overcome over time. And in the second part of the talk, I would instead go a little bit more technical, and I will discuss the approach that we use as Sproul ERC for GRMS, so Geothermal Resource Assessment. So, first of all, well, Sproul ERC in a nutshell. For those of you who don't know the company, we are an independent global advisor with a long track record in the hydrocarbon industry, mostly in asset management, reserve evaluation, and resource classification and technical studies. But since about 20 years, the company has been active also in the geothermal sector. We started in the Netherlands, and from there we expanded more globally. And what are we doing as geothermal consultants? Well, basically our expertise spans the whole geothermal chain, from feasibility, so to early feasibility studies, geothermal resource assessments, to more concrete developments and executions, as well as production, so well engineers, production engineers, and geohazard monitoring, as well as P&A when it's required. And well, what are we doing besides technical studies, strategic advisory, project management, and technical reviews and due diligence? So this is really the company in a nutshell. I'm here together with my colleagues Danilo and Tyne. If you are interested, we also have a booth over there. Just please come to us and let's connect. So enough of a sales speech. Let's go into the topic of this presentation. Briefly, the agenda, the geothermal heat market in the Netherlands, from gas dependency to geothermal adoption, how we leverage the hydrocarbon legacy experience, what were the operational and performance challenges, and the market current status and future outlook. And then the second part, resource classification, basically why volume-based approach falls short, the approach that we are currently using and developing at Sproul ERC, and what I would like to emphasize is the importance of parasitic load. So about the Dutch geothermal market, I would say what was the main driver there was certainly the heat demand. Well, the heat demand in the Netherlands is quite clustered around areas, as you can see from this map. Do I have a pointer here? No? The green is a pointer. No. No, okay. So, well, you can see that there are clusters of white patches. Those are all greenhouses. You probably have seen them if you have been flying to Amsterdam. They're quite distinguishable from the plane as well. And, well, this is obviously one of the most heat-intensive regions in Europe. So there are these cluster greenhouse industries. Our company, by the way, is right in the middle of this hotspot. And these greenhouses require continuous high temperature heat source. And back in the days, the greenhouse operators were largely dependent on fossil fuels, mostly natural gas. And basically, as a result of the fluctuations in gas price, these greenhouse operators decided to find a way to become more independent. And that's why they started looking into a more local but present and continuous source as geothermal energy. Especially because back in the days, these gas fluctuations led to higher OPEX that were not really sustainable for growers. And another main driver was obviously, as you can see in that figure over there, the presence of an existing infrastructure. The heat network was already in there, just ready to be exploited. Yeah, so the first breakthrough, well, in 2007, that's when the first deep geothermal doublet was drilled, right in the middle of the greenhouses, as you can see over there. And, well, this was initiated by what are also called the greenhouse cowboys. It was just a bunch of greenhouse operators that they form a consortium, and then they decided to open new wells for geothermal purposes. So the concept was relatively simple. The target was located approximately at 1.5, 2.5 kilometers below the surface, mostly sandstones from the Upper Jurassic, Lower Cretaceous units. Well, they were drilling doublet systems, so 2 wells, a producer and an injector. Temperatures in the order of 60 to 90 degrees C, flow rates achievable between 150 and 350. And the resulting thermal capacities ranged between 6 and 20 megawatt thermal. And what was also really a key factor for development was that, especially in this area of the Netherlands, the gas-to-water ratio is approximately 2:1. That means that these greenhouse operators could install a CHP on the surface and basically use that gas to partially offset the electricity cost of the facilities. But then let's take one step back. How is that these greenhouse operators were able to deliver something so ambitious as drilling geothermal wells? And that's because it wasn't just a leap into the unknown, but they could leverage an extensive legacy of hydrocarbon experience. So in fact, the Netherlands is largely populated by seismic data, well data, and also the stratigraphic units that were targeted for geothermal, as you can see over there in yellow, were in the end the same sandstones that were also targeted for hydrocarbon purposes. So, and what was also important is that the drilling and service sector was already there, in place, ready to deliver. So in the end, the bottom line is that the subsurface was already partially de-risked here. So, well, early observations, it was technically feasible. Low enthalpy heat production, it worked. There was a prospect for growth, of course. This technology was scalable and could be replicated and widely adopted. And most important, there was clear demand from the greenhouse sector. Well, more projects were being drilled. That's why also risks were mitigated better and better. There was a better understanding of the subsurface. And well, you know, as you get more experience, then processes also start to be optimized, so the efficiency, best practice, and lesson learned. But, well, it was not all roses and flowers, of course. There were some, you know, challenges. Flow assurance, it became very critical that injectivity was a key enabler, and it had to be protected. Well, integrity challenges, like, for instance, dealing with aggressive brines, which was not really the case, you know, in the hydrocarbon industry. Flow rates also much higher. A bunch of dissolved gas, higher temperature, higher salinities. So there were definitely challenges. And the bottom line was that the oil and gas example was definitely useful. We have learned that today as well. But it was not the full solution. Basically, the sector had to evolve and to come up with solutions more tailored for the geothermal industry. And that's when basically innovations started being developed. I'm going just to cycle through some of the main innovations, especially regarding well engineering. There were innovations in well design, completion strategies, and the introduction of WIMS. The focus was to try to protect as much as possible the primary well envelope, and that led to the development of a second generation of wells with double barrier systems, so basically with an inner string that would separate the production fluid from the primary envelope, and this inner string could be retrievable if broken. And there was one thing, and then completions, of course, especially for the injectors. After 2021, perforations were preferred to screens, and that's simply because you were able to reach farther into the reservoir, and you will limit near wellbore damages. And then a whole bunch of improvements on material selection, from carbon steel to GRE lining with different inhibitor studies and different materials as well. So this was on the technical side. Instead, there were also quite some innovations, from a more commercial perspective, and also concerning the regulations in the Netherlands. First of all, the Dutch governmental support, insurances, they were in place. Basically, this allowed to reimburse a percentage of the drilling cost in case, the aquifer quality was lower than expected, meaning if a well was not successful. Then a subsidy scheme, SDE++, that was introduced around 2011, and that was quite a game changer because it supported competitiveness with the conventional heat, and that basically allowed to compensate the gap between gas price and heat price. And a whole bunch of R&D investments, multiple schemes supporting innovations in different sectors. Public subsurface data, the Geological Survey of the Netherlands, TNO, is quite active, and we have this website, maybe some of you are familiar with it, NLog, where basically nowadays is mandatory for all companies that operate in the subsurface regime to release hard data after 5 years. That doesn't mean interpretations or process data, just hard data, but they have to be released and be public. And then programs such the SCAN program, performed by EBN, which is the Dutch national energy company, that supports subsurface characterization for geothermal, especially in those areas, as you can see in the map over there, where data was scarcer, so where less wells were drilled because there was less interest from the hydrocarbon industry. And the SCAN program included the reprocessing old seismic data, acquisition of new 2D seismic data, as well as drilling 10 exploration wells for geothermal purposes only. And then, well, some more recent development nowadays from 2023. The mining regulations slightly change. Now for geothermal, you have permits that are independent from other subsurface scopes, and also the participation of EBN, the Dutch National Energy Company, is mandatory. And that's, again, to offset the risk. So, current developments, well, on the map on left side, you can see the current licenses that have been released, whether for production or exploration, as per January 2025. And, well, you can clearly see, I'll show this more in detail later, that obviously these are quite clustered in the area that I showed before, where most of the greenhouses were, but there are also some licenses, and I'll explain later why. And then when we look at the growth of the Dutch geothermal market, where it's clear that the growth it's quite steady, and that, well, there are many doublets that are operational. 2024, I would say, somewhere around 24 operational doublets. There are more now, of course. Some doublets were abandoned. Some are still in the completion phase. But also what I want to highlight is that also the market really evolved, and now we see that there is also a little bit of consolidation. In fact, well, as I said before, it all started with the small companies, the greenhouse operators, those consortiums. But now instead we see that larger operators and utility companies with a more portfolio-based approach is taking over the market. Yeah, so let's take some more examples here. This is North Holland. Amsterdam is just outside the map on the south. There are a whole bunch of geothermal systems over there. You see in capacities, we are mostly talking about between 6, 7, and 20. The 50 megawatt thermal over there is simply because that's an aggregate of multiple doublets. In the southern part, well, the same. So you see that most of these doublets coincide with areas where there is heat demand in place and the heat network is there. Besides for that guy up there, the 7 megawatt, that geothermal system is right in the middle of The Hague, and that's not for greenhouse heating, but that's actually for district heating. Well, some more numbers, some more KPIs. 2025, there were about 30 geothermal locations in the Netherlands, 32 active production wells. Overall, 7.7 petajoule annual production, and that allowed to save approximately 220 million meters cube of natural gas, and also to save quite some CO2 emissions. Well, when we look forward, the ambitions of the Dutch government are quite high, as you can see in this line chart over there. In fact, they aim for 80 petajoule a year by, 2050. This is obviously very ambitious, but that's why also they have, proposed different scenarios. And I would say the ambition is also not just to scale up geothermal for greenhouse heating, but it's also for district heating. As we see already in some parts of the Netherlands, maybe you have heard about the flagship project, the Dapwell at the TU Delft campus, where basically a doublet system has been recently commissioned, and it provides heat to the entire university, the entire campus, adjacent houses as well. And they're also implementing the ATES technology there to basically store energy during summer, for instance, when the need is lower. So, well, that was about the evolution of the Dutch geothermal market. Now let's go into the second part of the talk. It's going to be a little bit more technical, but I would like to cycle through basically the approach that we take at SPE ERC for geothermal resource assessment. And in that regard, we are leveraging the extensive experience that the company has in PRMS, so we are getting guided by that. Well, I'm going to state the obvious here, but well, resource classification supports investment decisions. It allows to develop a clear framework for risk assessment and to mitigate this risk as well. And it's obviously crucial for project financing. Well, in the hydrocarbon industry, a standardized and more mature framework is already in place, the PRMS. It's largely adopted globally and agreed among operators and investors and developers. But for geothermal, we are not there quite yet. Well, there are a couple of frameworks, like for instance, the one proposed by UNFC, but overall, these are not quite adopted globally yet. And at SPE ERC, what we are seeing is that overall, especially when you're dealing with clients that are coming from the oil and gas industries, whether developers, operators, or investors that want to diversify from oil and gas into geothermal, for instance, they like an approach that they are familiar with. That's why they like something more inspired and guided by PRMS. However, we are well aware that a one-to-one translation is not possible for many obvious reasons that we've extensively discussed today. In geothermal, there is a strong coupling between reservoirs, the wells, and the surface systems. And what we think is that volume-based methods they are basically insufficient for an appropriate characterization of the geothermal resources. Right, so this is going to be a little bit hard to digest, but I will try to guide you through it. This is the approach that we are currently developing, and I'm saying currently developing because this is an internal protocol that we are only using for clients, and that's not a standardized method developed yet. But, overall, what we think is that, and don't get me wrong here, but the geological uncertainty in geothermal system is relatively low when compared to hydrocarbons, for instance, as especially in hot sedimentary aquifers, in porous sandstones, the presence of brine is typically assumed to be there. So what we see as a main challenge is instead the productivity, whether the reservoir can sustain, together with the wells, of course, commercial flow rates over time. As in the hydrocarbons industry, resource volume alone is not sufficient to determine the level of commerciality of a project. However, what we think is that in geothermal energy systems, productivity and system performance dominate much earlier in the evaluation process. So in fact, the deliverability of a project is largely driven and defined by flow rate and temperature. That is what drives your geo-energy output, so from the reservoir. And that is why when you look at this workflow, we tend to obviously first determine your reservoir, the geology, the uncertainties, the scenarios, but then we assess the dynamic potential of the wells within the target reservoir, and that's where production engineering comes in. And then of course later on you have the assessment of project capex and the commercial aspects before you can frame your geothermal resources in the classification. But what I would like to emphasize, and I'm going to wrap it up, is that parasitic load is really crucial, including pumping requirements and system losses, because in the end, that reduces the net energy that is delivered at the surface. And I would like to emphasize that by providing you with a case study that we recently performed for a client in the Molasse Basin. This was a case study for electricity generation, a fractured carbonate reservoir at approximately 3 kilometers depth. And from the subsurface point of view, we had 3D seismic surveys with attribute analysis, so we were more or less able to, confidently define the default network in terms of orientation. But then there was no well within the AOI that penetrated the target formation. So it was a little bit hard to calibrate the reservoir properties, especially fracture properties. So we came up with a modeling approach, deterministic scenarios, and then stochastic resampling. I will be fast, but in the end, we did some dynamic modeling, and we assessed the performance in terms of flow rate, temperature, pressure behavior, and so forth, but most importantly, pumping requirements. 3 minutes, so yeah, basically these two charts highlight the importance of parasitic load when comparing to the net power production. So, well, for the P50 case, the mid case, you could clearly see that you are able to achieve 135 liters per second. Flow rates were quite high because we were employing quite a big well, was 10-inch, the production string, because we wanted to achieve higher flow rates. So you're able to achieve those flow rates, but then after those 135, basically what we observe is that beyond that flow rate, the net production will not just justify the higher parasitic load. And in this case, the parasitic load is largely driven by wellbore component, so like hydraulic losses, not from the reservoir. P90 case, lower permeability. Well, the 90 liters per second is achievable. However, beyond that, what we observe is that basically all the energy that you are producing is needed to provide electricity to your pumps. So it's definitely not commercially sustainable. And on top of that, after that, the injection pressure rises up quite significantly, so there is also risk for fault reactivation. Well, so COP was really crucial here, and you can clearly see how well the parasitic load is driven by the permeability, which is low in the P90 case. I'm going to wrap it up with this slide. Cash flow for the P90 case, overall revenue is too low to be commercial. That was the main message, because the OPEX is extremely high for the high parasitic loads. CAPEX, especially when comparing to hydrocarbons, in this case was also relatively high because of the larger wells that we are employing, larger facilities, also obviously 2 wells, an injector and a producer. The bottom line in the end was that the P90 case was not successful, while the P50, which I'm not going to show, but was commercial. And then what we tested also was a cogeneration example where basically we could try to harvest some heat, not just electricity, to offset some of the pump requirements. That's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Emilio. It was very interesting. We have time maybe for one question, if any in the public has. Yes? The microphone.
Thank you. We lost the speaker. It's okay. No, thank you for the presentation. And I think it was really nice to hear of the doublet application and the very interesting market of the greenhouses, which has been indeed very successful in the Netherlands. And I think that's an example of where we should really upscale quite fast, because although, as you said, everything is a bespoke site, nevertheless, there is a history and experience. I just wanted to offer a little clarification of the UNFC to make sure that the audience goes away with the right message. The UNFC has not been proposed, so the UNFC was actually implemented in 2016, has been operational for 10 years now, and it has seen an update in 2022. We have had the SPE actually contributing to the UNFC, and in oil and gas there's already a bridge between the two documents, so they're fully compatible already. And the oil and gas sector is fully familiar and okay with the language. So we are already in communication to try and work together rather than reinventing the wheel. And I actually encourage everyone to be, open and ready to work together. So thank you for bringing it up, but I just wanted to clarify that it's already an established standard, and internationally it has been applied in many places already. Even at the level of an entire continent. The African Union has adopted it, New Zealand has, Australia has. We've had a case study supported by Project in the Space for the UK. So it's there. Let's not
Yeah, no, sorry. Maybe
Thank you.
I should have framed it a little bit different. The main message was also that at least what we see as you know an advisory firm is that when we get clients, they sometimes prefer different types of classification because you know most of these clients are coming from the oil and gas business and they prefer a little bit something more in line with the you know, PRMS classifications. But no, I totally agree with you. And I'm also aware that there are some talks also between Innerspace and SPE as well to come up with a potentially additional classification more in line with PRMS. So yeah, we are really eager to see what's coming up and also potentially to participate to that. Yeah.
Thank you, Emilio. It was very good this clarification. We have to move to the next talk. We are a little over time. So next speaker will be Francesco Di Credito. Francesco is a chartered geologist with over 20 years of experience in the energy sector from different backgrounds, research and development, operations, engineering, management, and business development. So a large experience. He works for Baker Hughes as geothermal global sales leader and is building the identity of Baker Hughes in geothermal segment. Thank you. And I ask if you can stay in 20 minutes, then we leave some time for discussion. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon all. Thanks again for the nice introduction, and I would really like to thank again the SPE committee to have organized this fantastic event today. It's absolutely great to see all of us getting together on this very critical topic, I would say. And also thank the Baker Hughes team from Milan that actually made this possible as well. So thank you very much, guys, to have arranged everything we required. So I will walk you through. It's not a too technical presentation, so I hope you still have some energy. The narrative of my presentation will be more around the journey Baker Hughes has been actually walking so far into the geothermal space. And I'm actually following what I guess is the theme for today's event, so building bridges. So building bridges is essential, I guess, in every kind of business or activities we normally have worldwide, right? But for geothermal is even more crucial. And I think building bridges and especially ensuring that there is the right transfer in skills and knowledge from other sectors into geothermal would be probably a game changer in developing geothermal on a global scale, on a different level. So I cannot be more happy to follow the same inspiration, I would say. I think we can start from a very nice statement. Probably Philippe and Bruno will like this, but geothermal generation must increase. As we said, today we have said so many interesting things about the geothermal energy, and you know, among the renewable energy sources, geothermal is pretty much unique. It's base load, it's 24/7, it's essentially available everywhere in the world, depending on the condition, but you can have different type of geothermal solution working everywhere, regardless the nature of the reservoir. So there have been a lot of expectation in developing geothermal and expanding the installed power globally. So the IEA was actually driving this recently and giving some energy, especially from the oil and gas players, I would say. So what we normally refer as a compound annual growth rate, you know, it can be around 10%, where we want really to double what is currently installed in terms of geothermal power generation capacity by 2030, that is essentially tomorrow. And there is the potential actually to expand this energy to essentially cover any energy demand around the globe, in theory, of course. But there are ways this can be really translated in an effective business case. So I will talk a bit also about my company that has been involved into geothermal since a very long time. I'll go to the next one. So geothermal is a journey that we initiated a long time ago. We had the pleasure, you know, to be working in Italy first, and together with Iceland, I guess they were like pioneer in geothermal development, right? So we had the pleasure to support power generation projects starting from these countries and then expand it essentially everywhere. I'm just showing here on the map the countries where we have been working on geothermal, and beside the usual suspect, you can also see different places that are probably not so common, like the Emirates, for example, or other countries that are not typical geothermal countries. So geothermal potential can be honestly harnessed almost everywhere in the world. I'll move to the next one because I'll just go also about the technology development that we achieved. I will not go through every single product line or product we introduced, but we had the chance to be working on all the different geothermal regime in terms of low to middle to high enthalpy worldwide in very harsh and hostile geology condition. I'm a geology by background, so we know how lithologists might be playing against you most of the time, right? Especially when you need to drill and reach this geothermal reservoir. So we have been working on almost all the geothermal solution type in terms of traditional or EGS and AGS that I'll show you later. But you know, these are the countries, probably the best representative location where we introduce significant technology product, especially from a drilling perspective. So when it comes to optimize drilling into hard rock, so selecting the right drill bit, using the right drilling technology, having the right logging equipment to understand how these formations are looking like and which kind of production you can expect from them, as well, or the other services required to construct the well. And the core one for the geothermal wells are also the fluid that you use while drilling and the cementing part that is responsible to guarantee that your well remain alive for the necessary time during the life cycle of a geothermal project. And again, we have been working almost everywhere, starting from US to Hawaii, to the West Coast in US, in Latin America. Again, Italy and Iceland, several activities, a lot of district heating project, direct use project in Europe specifically. And then we have like the newcomer in geothermal, let's say, not really new because Turkey is already more than 1 gigawatt installed. And then we have Asia Pacific with the usual suspect countries as well. So having Indonesia and Japan, I guess, on the front line, and as well as China that actually developed such impressive number of geothermal heat for district heating application, for direct use application. So there's a lot we have been doing in terms of technology introduction, especially on the subsurface. And this is these are the geothermal domains where we have been working in. So on the left side, you see conventional, what is normally referred as a traditional hydrothermal, geothermal context. I refer to hydrothermal when essentially you have a reservoir, so you have rocks that has fluid inside, and there's also enough porosity to be essentially allowing you to produce out from one well. So you normally have production well and then an injector well where you tend to reinject all the fluid that you are producing in order to keep sustainable the energy harnessing at surface. Because at the end of the day, what is really different from the oil and gas, we are looking to rock properties. Rock properties are essentially the same, but we are looking to them in a different perspective because we have been talking about oil and gas in a commodity market, and that's the reality. So we are exporting some items from the reservoir, and then we will be just selling them directly into the market. In geothermal, you don't want to do that at all. You want to preserve the fluid you have in your reservoir as much as you can. So whatever you can do to optimize their injection will be key to ensure that the lifetime of your geothermal power plant will be guaranteed. So this is the conventional, I guess, pretty much developed in the area I showed you earlier, especially in high gradient condition. And then we have, let's say, the new frontier. So here there's a dedicated taxonomy defined by EGS and AGS. I know there's a lot of acronyms here to remember, and they are a bit tricky. I know that we've been discussing with Fervo and closed loop solution. So Fervo actually is falling within the EGS. So it's engineering geothermal system or enhanced because the reservoir maybe has the right temperature and fluid features, but there is no permeability or the porosity has some not ideal conditions. So you need to intervene on the reservoir itself in order to stimulate or facilitate the permeability through the formation and then generate the right flow mechanism between wells. So you always have producer and injector wells. What is really new are the AGS well, I would say. So the U-loop you see on the right side is probably what Ivor is doing. Very critical and complex technology and execution to be performed. And an alternative to that are the environment represented by single closed-loop wells that you see on the far right of the slide. So the system are, I would say, plug and play, and this is something very interesting for oil and gas companies because this can be applied on existing well. So if we think about the thousands of orphan wells worldwide from oil and gas companies that might have, right features to be converted into geothermal, this is a system that might be worth to check or to obviously to evaluate the feasibility. Or, and this is more in the brown field, of course, while specifically to geothermal, we also have periodically declining in production from producing wells, geothermal producing wells, where, hydrothermal condition might be not still the right one to go. And eventually transforming the well from a producer well, let's say, to a closed loop system can be the way to go. So Baker Hughes has invested into a company called Greenfire that actually patented this green loop that you see on the sketch there, that has been installed already successfully in several places in the world, especially on the West Coast in California, the last one. So it's something getting even more traction, especially from the oil and gas companies. So this is what I said is just to bring you to a workflow, a process that we have defined within my company, Baker Hughes, that is actually has been branded by the name called Geocentra, where we try to summarize the way how subsurface and surface can be interconnected and synchronized in the most effective way, because these are the two major elements dictating the success of a geothermal project, and we can all agree that the majority of the risk resides within the subsurface domain for obvious reasons. But also the way you synchronize these two elements is key, and the way this system is flexible is key to be accommodating any undesired, let's say, situation that you might find drilling the well or exploring the reservoir. So this is just a summary of a typical geothermal power plant with steam turbines and ORC turbines, just to give you an indication of how the element might be looking like and how they might be spread on the location. So a workflow like this will require expertise, digital tools, and equipment to be obviously performed. So we started in adapting and adjusting our digital tool for reservoir modeling from oil and gas called GeoSuite to geothermal application. So now we have a dedicated model to geothermal to simulate static and dynamic modeling, fracture modeling, seismic modeling as well, and the thermal model of the reservoir, of course. Based on that, the most effective geothermal solution might be screened in terms of traditional EGS and AGS, designing the right well, and then based on the well, choosing the right technology. Now, the technology you see on the subsurface system, I guess, should be familiar to the oil and gas players, because it's essentially everything coming from oil and gas. So drill bits, directional drilling, fluid cementing, the completion item, the wireline, and then the production item that are also key in geothermal, especially in the middle to high enthalpy situation where you might require a submersible pump in your well to produce out. So this is all covering the subsurface together with the surface pressure control, so wellhead and trees. And then within Baker Hughes, actually after several reorganization within my company, we have now a completely different portfolio, because we took over the oil and gas division from GE a few years back. And this is including a turbo machinery division, actually called IET, another acronym, is Industrial Energy Technology. It is actually the division that is capable to engineer and design a power plant for geothermal as well, and also design and engineer the turbines required, regardless steam or RC, and the additional equipment required, so turbo expander, heat exchanger. They have a dedicated digital solution as well to guarantee the live monitoring of the active element of the project. And this is completely integrated with the subsurface, also with microseismic monitoring that, as you can imagine, is getting key, and it's one of the core elements that has to be evaluated at the feasibility stage and then monitored while drilling, because we have mentioned already unfortunate events that were allegedly, I would say, related to geothermal, but probably not really so directly linked. So based on this workflow and the technology that might be applicable, the journey whenever it comes a geothermal project is to evaluate and complete the feasibility studies. So I guess also the gentleman speaking before me was really having a very nice presentation about this one. So the major element that we notice is that, unfortunately, probably 80% of the geothermal projects that failed globally, they were essentially linked to an appropriate subsurface analysis most of the time. So not an appropriate understanding of your rocks dynamic, geomechanics, lithologies, production rates, and whatever was based at that. So we really believe that any action, any advancement in assessing the subsurface condition will be unlocking the chance of success and will be essentially reducing the risk profile of an investment. So that's the core element of any geothermal business player, because that's the first question you will get asked if you're looking for financial support. So the feasibility study actually includes both sides of the project. So again, not just the subsurface, but also the surface, where we can optimize the well design together with the most effective surface power production layout for both power generation and heating. And then essentially, the feasibility study is leading you to a very important value. And I guess Professoressa Falcone was talking about LC of E for the EVOR project. You know, that's something actually any business investment want to see if you are asking for financial support. So providing that value will be essential. So that's essentially what we are trying to do and what we are offering worldwide at the moment. And my last slide is just giving you an example of the normal timeline required for the development of a geothermal project. Unfortunately, geothermal requires time. It's normally longer time than for operation, I mean, compared to oil and gas for several reasons. Also permitting and licensing is one of the critical items there, but also the procurement stage can be, you know, affecting a lot the completion of the project and then anticipating your return of investment. So normally a project might be taking 7-8 years, let's say in average globally for a power generation. We have been now assisting cases where, you know, having access to a subsurface to surface feasibility study and approach might be significantly reducing timing required for the engineering, but also for the procurement. And then this is leading an anticipation of the operation stage, so the commencing of operation for the power plant. So there can be a significantly improvement that we hope the geothermal developers together with us will be taking forward. And then will be essentially covering the majority of the application for electricity generation, but this is also applicable for direct use, for district heating application. Let's think about that the return of investment for a power generation plant for electricity might be over 10 years, most of the cases, while for a district heating can be significantly reduced or can be half for just a few years. But, you know, the scale of the investment is completely different. This was my last slide, so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Francesco. We have 5 minutes for a question or observation. Is there any? If not, I have a question. I will make a question. So I've seen that you work as a Baker Hughes in a lot of countries, also in the geothermal domain. In which of these countries you get most of your geothermal business?
Sure.
And then if it's not in Europe, in which country in Europe?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. So as I showed, we have been very active almost everywhere, let's say, where a geothermal field was essentially developed. Right now, I guess there is big momentum and we are seeing a lot of activities increase. In US, there is a lot of focus about this potential geothermal use for data center energy supply that is coming up. Obviously, there is project coming at the horizon now, so we are not executing them now, but there's a lot of work doing on feasibility and engineering study right now, while the traditional work is keep going on the west coast of US. Another area where we are very active is Asia Pac, especially Indonesia, Japan, and Taiwan. Actually, in Taiwan, we have a partnership with a project developer called Baseload. So we just finished the subsurface studies on the reservoir and we are preparing for the exploration drilling beginning of next year. Europe, obviously, is district heating. We have a very large number of installation of our core technology that are the ESP pump, so the submersible pump. And the countries where we are more active are Germany, Netherlands, France, Switzerland, and Italy as well. And we're also having operation in Croatia.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions? No?
Francesco, regarding the temperature wells, one of the best challenges and the main issue we had in the past was the temperature aspect in downhole. So what's your vision about the future and what the country you mentioned before are asking for in terms of technology, especially dedicated to high temperature?
Thank you very much for the question. I think as a company, we have been looking into developing high temperature range tools, especially for the drilling operation, so measuring while drilling and fluids and cementing, I would say, and also the ESP that are the key element. To be honest, it's a delicate moment, I would say, because having now EGS and AGS, we are really unlocking this big space where enthalpy is not so crazy and temperature might be not that crazy while drilling, that probably we don't need to develop such high temp tools for drilling these wells. But obviously, as we are moving forward, there are already super hot and critical reservoir that we want to drill because the power production can be extremely higher compared with the traditional one, where high temperature technology might be required. But in my view, I would keep pushing for the easier things first, so developing a large-scale EGS and AGS beside the traditional, and obviously developing tool for very niche application. That's my view.
One more question?
Yes, we have 1 minute and a half.
Michał Topeć, Orlen Group. I would like to ask about projects about transferring oil and gas wells for energy purposes. Can you see this kind of projects in Europe? If not, what is the main blocker?
Thank you very much for the question. The answer is yes. These closed loop systems are very plug and play, as I said. They have limited because I guess the major limitation is based on the size of the system that you need to install because they are working on volume. So the biggest is the well where you install, the biggest is the closed loop, and the more energy you can harness with your downhole heat exchanger. So gas wells can be the ideal situation. That might be a conversion, especially if you have high water content, for example. And there is this large gas field in Europe, almost, the Netherlands, in Germany, France, there's plenty of them. So oil companies working in these countries, they are already doing some feasibility studies and evaluating if any of these wells can be converted, let's say, onshore. Offshore is a different topic, maybe still not commercially viable, but yeah, it's of interest as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Francesco. So we are perfectly on time, and we move to the next speaker. The next speaker is Ayet Bonifay. She's a regional energy segment manager for Sequent. Ayet has 18 years of experience from geoscience, project integration, business development, and also the commercial leadership. She has an MBA from HD Hack. And she's been inactive in geothermal sector for 1 year, and she also working to building the strategic view of Sequent in this sector in her region. So please.
Thank you so much. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here today. As mentioned in my bio, I also come from the oil and gas industry where I spent over 15 years. And my first encounter with geothermal happened only a year and a half ago when I joined Sequent. And so when I started working with my customers there, I had a lot of questions about processes and workflows. So the invite to this event was not a surprise at all to me. I went through the same questions and the same misunderstanding, and I was wondering why we didn't see more skills being transferred from oil and gas into geothermal. Now, a year and a half later, I think I'm starting to understand the reasons why. But it was great to see what everyone had to say about the transfer of knowledge. And I hope that I will be sharing with you today some of the case studies where Sequent has participated and contributed to that knowledge transfer. And so today when we talk about geothermal, the question is no longer about how or should we develop geothermal, but the real question is about how can we develop it faster and at scale. And I think that's where the oil and gas skills come in the picture, with the use of the right tool and software to enable that transition. Okay, so some of these slides are very, I think, is this the version I sent you? Okay, I will work with this. Okay, so a lot of this information have already been shared throughout the day, and that's what happened when you're at the end of the day. So take it as a summary of the conversation we shared. But yeah, starting with the policies framework, there's a bigger pressure within Europe to deliver on geothermal energy. And EU had set a goal to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 55% by 2030 and reach a goal of 42 to 45% of renewable energy by, again, 2030. That's where geothermal comes in the picture with the goal of delivering on that. So by 2050, there is an ambition for geothermal to deliver of more than 25% of Europe heating and cooling demand, more than 10% of electricity output, and then more than 10% of heating via underground thermal storage. Okay, if we zoom in, so looking at going from the big picture into the market landscape, it's pretty obvious that so far the power plant opportunities have been pretty limited in specific countries, and where the biggest opportunities for growth has been with geothermal district heating and cooling. In the last 5 years, there has been a boom in district heating and cooling, and there's a lot of more projects coming into the market. I do want to share with you a map that I took from AGEC, data from AGEC, and I don't want you guys to focus on a specific number on specific country, but I just want you to think about and look at the big picture and see the trend in deep geothermal for heating and cooling, which is the red bars, versus electricity shown by blue bars. And so looking at this first data here from 2019, this is what Europe looked like in 2019, and this is what it looks like today in 2023 with the latest data. Again, 19, 23. A lot of projects have been added in the EU, which is very positive. The trend is happening. We just need to continue pushing for geothermal. So to deliver on all these goals, there has been a lot of enhancement in geothermal in the latest years, and we've talked about many of them, including advanced drilling and faster ROP, enhanced geothermal EGS, and then AI and digital exploration that is being added to the geothermal workflow to minimize the risk and maximize the productivity within the project. This slide shows the bridge going from oil and gas into geothermal. So a lot of skills, again, and a lot of workflows and tools that are translated from oil and gas into geothermal, but we have to be very careful that it's not a direct translation. There's a lot of complexities that come with the geothermal project, including hotter rocks, harder rocks, and then more corrosive environment. So we have to be very careful on transferring the skills and adapting them into the geothermal projects. Okay, so now that we understand that there are skills to be transferred, what is Sequent doing in helping in that transfer? So a very quick overview of the company for those that don't know about Sequent. Sequent is a geothermal subsurface company active in different segments, including mining, civil, energy, and environment. The company was founded in 2003 and since expanded in New Zealand, actually, and since we expanded all around the world. We have more than 900 people, 26 products, and 7,400 customers. And one point that I wanted to bring up is today, and I totally understand we're talking about transferring skills from oil and gas into geothermal, but I do want to emphasize on the fact that there are a lot of skills and workflows that we can transfer from the other segments, for example, mining, into geothermal. So we should not limit ourselves with just oil and gas, but expand it into more segments. And there's more knowledge transfer that can happen there. 7 over 10 of the world's largest energy companies are currently using Sequent software, and that's including all energy segments, of course. And then looking at our portfolio, we have a pretty diverse portfolio of solutions, subsurface solution. And I'm highlighting here in green the ones that are most used in the geothermal market. And then in red, the ones that are currently used in oil and gas. So we do provide solutions to both segments. So looking at the geothermal workflow, our solutions are, we are actually proud of having an integrated solutions that help customers go from the discovery stage through the design, development, and operations. And I have mapped, again, the solutions and the software that we have in the bottom of this slide. But then again, did the same thing with oil and gas, same type of solutions, taking the user from the exploration, feasibility, development, and operation. And so the good news here is that we are not starting from scratch. We are starting from a very well established workflow that we are transferring into the geothermal. Let's get into a little bit more practical conversation and some case studies. And so for the purpose of today's meeting, I've chosen 3 different case studies to share with you where I thought that these are direct application of oil and gas workflows into geothermal and how our solutions or Sequent solutions were able to help and support those projects. And so the first case study that I'm going to address is the horizontal drilling, and we've talked quite a bit about it throughout the day, but I think it's important to discuss it in this case. The second one is going to be about data integration and reservoir management. That's something that is very well common in the oil and gas industry that is not done enough in the geothermal sector. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. And then the last case is derived geophysics applied to geothermal exploration and the value it added in that project. Okay, so getting into this first case study, I do want to encourage you to take the QR code because it's going to take you to the published article. So in all my case study, I've added the QR code, so feel free to get into the full article as I couldn't give all the details here in this short timeline. But if you're not able to get to it right now, please feel free to email me and I will be glad to share the article with you. And so again, this is the first case study where Sequent software helped unlock world first geothermal innovation for Google's data center back in the US. The customer was dealing with low permeability and complex geology. They needed for an accurate wellbore placement and simulation effectiveness in high temperature conditions. They were dealing with about 191 degrees Celsius. Ensure fracture connectivity between injection and projection wells, and then, of course, minimize drilling risks and hazards. So what did they do here? They applied or used some of our software, including Oasis Montage for gravity magnetic, Leapfrog to build the structure, the conceptual model, and then they used Sequent Central as a collaborative platform between all the users within the project. And so what is the value added here? They were able to achieve 18% faster drilling performance between the first and the second horizontal wells. They enabled real-time decision-making, which was tremendous in this project, very, very important. And then they proved that horizontal drilling and multi-stage stimulation in hard rock geothermal formation is technically viable. So again, this is a very good example of horizontal drilling skills, technique, adapted to hot hard rock. And what allowed that is a faster drilling and better well placement. Excuse me. The second case study, again, with the QR code there, is 40 years of data in integrated model Steamboat Nevada. Again, same thing here. They were dealing with a very complex geology, fault network, very impermeability, diverse temperature zones. They had a long operational history with a lot of production data that they needed to all integrate together. They had some data gap, actually, in some areas. Needed for modernization, so they had to update the previous model that were already built in the past. And then sustained production, of course, they wanted to ensure long-term pressure and temperature stability for continued efficiency of the power generation. So in that case, they use, again, Oasis Montage, our 3D, our gravity magnetic software to have a better understanding of the structural framework of the reservoir, added it into Leapfrog to build this conceptual model, used Volzang for dynamic simulation, and that's actually the pictures that you see here, and then utilized Central, which is our collaborative platform to collaborate amongst the team. What were the benefits from this project? Mainly helped them integrate model and delivered on optimized production and injection strategy, including pumped wells. They were able to enhance reservoir understanding and management, and then better understanding of reservoir structure and permeable pathways. Again, here it's a, sorry, a very good example of reservoir management, something that is not very much done in geothermal project, but it's of very important value, where they were able to integrate all the data together, which is, again, very important, adapted it to the geothermal workflow and flow and temperature behavior, and then improved their long-term field performance. My last case study is about unlocking hidden heat. 3D multiphysics modeling reveals San Emilio's deep geothermal resources. So in this project, they integrated a legacy and new gravity data, built over 15 lines of GMSIS 2D gravity lines, mapped basement beneath the sediment, identified silicified outflow pathway, defined structural interpretation. So that was one of the biggest issues, is to understand the different block housed within the basin, and constrain the 3D model in Leapfrog. So they used, again, both Oasis Montage and Leapfrog to constrain their model here. And the value added here was reduced surface uncertainty. It allowed them to clarify a fault-controlled fluid flow, enabled data-driven targeting of deep geothermal sources, strengthened the integration of multiphysics data, increased the conceptual model confidence, supported successful well placement, lowered drilling risk and cost, which is very important in geothermal projects, and then deliver repeatable exploration workflow. Again, another great example of oil and gas processes, workflows being brought and used into geothermal. Here we go. With that, we've talked a lot about transferring knowledge and skills from oil and gas into geothermal, but we've also spent quite a bit of time today to talk about why is it not going faster? What is the blocking? What is blocking the development of geothermal? And I have cited here some of the reasons. and the challenges related to high upfront capex, drilling risk, regulatory delays. But then I visited with some of my clients last week, and I said, okay, what are your hurdles? Give me some. And some of the one that we did not address today was how lean their teams are. So usually oil and gas, we're talking about big teams, diverse skills. With geothermal and at least the few companies that I've talked to, they said we run really, really lean. So they actually had an instance where they had a project with another oil and gas operator, and the bid got stuck. And so the oil and gas operator sent 6 of their specialists to work on the project, while the geothermal company had only 1 person working on the project. So they said that's what we are dealing with. We have few people, so we have to manage our staff and the skills within the company. Okay, so some takeaway. Again, there is an urgent need for geothermal in Europe, and district heating is increasing or growing tremendously. Oil and gas expertise, especially in subsurface evaluation, drilling, reservoir management, offers a vital bridge. However, adapting it again to geothermal has its unique challenges. Hotter, more corrosive reservoir will be essential. And then to successfully transfer these skills, having advanced technology and software is critical, and that's where Sequent has been trying to really help the customers to bridge the gap, since we have visibility again in the oil and gas, in the geothermal, in the mining, in the environment, etc. With that, thank you so much again for having me today. Please feel free to scan my QR codes. It's going to take you to my email, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions in the public? If not, I will make a comment since we have a couple of minutes. And I think was very interesting the point of the, I call it a skill portability, because also from your perspective, I could, for example, I could not think to use the leapfrog for geothermal. I mean, it's something simple, but I never thought about that. So I think this also could be valorized. Also, I talk as professional organization, maybe people working in some sectors, in mining or in other disciplines, they are not aware of skills that can be used in other disciplines. So I think this is a point to be valorized and worked at.
Yes, and to add to that, again, coming from the oil and gas, I thought I knew it all. So coming into the geothermal, I was like, why don't they do things the same way as we did it in oil and gas? And so I think we need to be humble about it. The risk and the challenges are really, really different, and we just have to understand that. And we talked this morning, there were a lot of professors here from the university discussed the fact that there is less and less students now wanting to go to oil and gas at the university level. And that's going to create a big, big gap in the future, because the subsurface and the knowledge and the learning does come from the oil and gas. Many of us do come from the oil and gas. So yeah, and going back to your comment about leapfrog was started with geothermal. And we expanded it actually afterwards to other segments, but it was created for geothermal. Yeah. So.
Okay, and in my mind is mining software.
Yeah,
so
yes, that's
geology
yes.
modeling software.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's move to the last speaker of this session, Elisabetta Bilotta. Elisabetta, she's a geologist. She has a master's degree from University of Pisa, where she specialized in volcanology, geothermal energy and coding. Then got a PhD from University of Bari. Now works as a geodata scientist at Geolog Technologies. And she worked on energy transition projects as well developing digital solution for geolog and geotech. A lot of names.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I know that it's late, so I hope that you have energy to follow me, because my presentation is really technical, so I know that it's late, but I hope to not boring you. So the title of this presentation is From Oil and Gas to Geothermal While Drilling Wells, Monitoring and Analysis of Cuttings and Fluid. I'm starting with the agenda of this presentation. I give to you a really small introduction related to the topic of the presentation, but also the topic of today, so the technology transfer from oil and gas to geothermal, that allowed me to arrive to show to you the second part, the most important part of the presentation, related to the surface sample management for the cuttings analysis, mud flow in, mud flow out monitoring analysis, different case study in this case, and also the combination of this kind of analysis. And after there are the conclusion. So for 2 words about Geolog, for the people that don't know, Geolog is a surface log company that work where the core business, we can say, is, we don't have the pointer, no? Okay, no. Okay. The core business of Geolog is built this kind of unit that are portable laboratory for the mud logging, but also for the advanced mud logging solution that Geolog was born in 1982 for the geothermal sector, and obviously increasing also all the its capability during in the oil and gas sector. For the advanced mud logging solution, we are specialized in the rig safety, drilling efficiency, and formation evaluation. In fact, solution. In fact, in this presentation, I want to go in details in, we can say, 2 solutions related to the formation evaluation. And the idea is always the same. So take a proven technology in the oil and gas and transfer this technology and this our know-how in the geothermal energy. So I started speaking about the cuttings analysis and the mud flow in, mud flow out monitoring. The cuttings giving us and giving in general a static lithological information that during drilling is really important in order to have the rock property characterization or geological interpretation during drilling, or for example identify reactive minerals. The mud flow in, mud flow out monitoring instead giving the dynamic hydraulic behavior of the well. So understanding what happened with the mud flow before and during drilling, it's possible to understand the really well system condition, calculate the mass balance in order to detect, for example, anomalies like the presence of different kind of fracture, and in particular for the geothermal sector, the mud flow in, mud flow out monitoring is important during the injection test. Starting from the cuttings on field, in near real time, is able to obtain mineralogical and geochemical analysis through 2 different instruments, XRF, XRD. XRF provide precise measurement related to the elemental composition of the cuttings or the rocks in general, so major, minor, and trace elements. Instead, XRD is able to identify and quantify the minerals inside the cuttings. Obviously, this is give benefit both in the oil and gas sector and also in geothermal sector, because having this information with high frequency, in general the frequency was chosen with the client, help to improve drilling efficiency and safety, or reduce geological uncertainty, and also correlate the information, in particular geological formation, well to well in the same field. This is a first case study in the oil and gas sector. So the goal of this case study is optimize well positioning gas field using XRF XRD analysis. So here I put three different columns. The first three columns are the comparison between XRF analysis, in particular uranium, thorium, and potassium, with the spectral gamma ray measurement that are download tools, so the costs are really high respect to the XRF analysis. And like you could say here, the results are really similar. So we have similar results with this log with our XRF analysis. In the last two columns, instead there are the XRD analysis that allow us to define different layers in the same reservoir or in the same formation. For example, here we are in a carbonate in the carbonate formation, and we are able to distinguish with the XRF, XRD layer with dolomite and layer with calcite. That obviously is really important to understand which are the less permeable and less impermeable layers in the same formation. We can go also more in details considering the connection and the correlation between XRD analysis and XRF analysis. For example, here we can correlate the high values of potassium with the presence of illite, or for example, the low presence of potassium and thorium with the presence of kaolinite. So in this way, we are able to validate our XRD analysis with the spectral gamma ray log measurement, and also detect different characteristics of the formation. For example, where we have dolomite, there is a greater permeability. When we have calcite, we have less permeability. Or if we detect clay, also is important information to understand the porosity, permeability, and capillary pressure of the formation. Obviously, the cuttings and analysis of cuttings are really important in the geothermal environment for the reason that I say now for the oil and gas, so to discover clay, understand the presence of clay, so support the permeability and fracture study, but in particular in the geothermal environment with XRF, XRD, so the mineralogy and geochemical analysis, it's possible to characterize the kind of scaling that it's possible to find inside the fracture or in the equipment in the geothermal environment, but also distinguish the different kind of hydrothermal alteration zone and the presence of a geothermometer that give the first indication relating to the thermal zoning of the reservoir. So going more in details in the scaling characterization, this is a work of 2012 where the authors decided to distinguish all the phase useful to characterize the scaling. And like you can say here, we are able to do the first most important phase in order to characterize the kind of scaling that we are able to do in every kind of solid sample. So not only cuttings, but also rocks or minerals that precipitate from the hydrothermal fluid. In fact, the scaling, the study of scaling is really important also to understand the fluid-rock interaction, because obviously the kind of scaling that we found in a specific area depends of the interaction between the rocks and fluid. Okay, like I say before, also with XRF and XRD, it's possible to detect the different kind of geothermometer that are really important, for example, in the high enthalpy case study. And here I wanted to underline that the geothermometer are able to giving a first indication for an estimation of maximum reservoir temperature. So the idea is using a good calibrated XRD in order to understand how develop the temperature of the reservoir during the time. This is a case study in geothermal energy. The goal is similar to the case study of oil and gas. So here, the goal of the case study is optimize geothermal well placement, but we are in the Paris Basin, so in a zone with a large number of people and also infrastructure. Here I put the analysis of XRF that Geolog did in this work that was published in 2021. And the most important part of this work is that with the XRF analysis, we was able to define the chemostratigraphy. So define the geochemical baseline and in particular understand which are the proxy layer to monitoring. So considering the area with many people, with many infrastructure, is really important to understand where built the injection well. So understanding the proxy layer is, and with the XRF analysis give the information to validate the chemical steering and the position of the injection well. The project also is based on the well-to-well correlation, so we was able also to correlate the XRF analysis of different wells in order always to reduce the uncertainty and also to support the second phase of the project, that is a phase related to the modeling of the reservoir. Okay, now we can start to speak about the second surface sample that we want to analyze and underline, that is the mud flow in, mud flow out monitoring. So in order to analyze and calculate, considering the mud flow, it's necessary to have on the field different flow meter. In the geothermal environment, it's possible to choose a different flow meter considering the different enthalpy of the reservoir. So for calculate the mud flow in, mud flow out, and in particular the mass balance, is necessary to understand if we are in the balance condition, losses condition, or gain condition. Many times when there is losses means that we are in presence of fracture or a layer with high permeability. This is a really important information both in two sectors, in the oil and gas sector, but also in geothermal sector. In geothermal, in general, when there are many fractures, there is an increasing of productivity. This can be happening also in the oil and gas, but generally is one, we can say, information to monitoring in order to understand the well integrity risk. This is a case study in the oil and gas that allow me to show to you how, considering the hydraulic behavior of the well, so the hydraulic behavior of the mud flow, in particular considering the shape of delta flow, that is the difference of flow out and flow in, it's possible to characterize the different kind of fracture that we are able to detect during drilling. For example, in this image you can see that when there is a repentant decrease of delta flow and with time return a normal situation, we are in correspondence of a natural open fracture. Instead, when there is this kind of shape, so a shape related to pores that are filled with the mud, we are in a layer with high permeability or high quantity of pores. Also, this is a really important information to take the best operational decision during drilling. For example, decide to reduction the ROP or modify the mine density or the real-time pressure. Obviously, the same kind of fracture we can detect also in the geothermal environment. For example, here you can see the drilling parameter, the different behavior of the pump, the flow paddle, flow in and flow out, and also the delta flow. So considering the shape of delta flow characterize a different kind of fracture inside the formation. Here I show to you the natural open fracture, or there are in geothermal environment typical during the injection test, the inductive fracture that are characterized with the repentant decrease of delta flow, a repentant increase of delta flow, or like I said before, a layer with high permeability, so with this kind of shape that identify different pores inside the layers. Here instead I wanted to show to you a specific case study that is a case study in oil and gas, but is with a strong potential in the geothermal environment. Because here we are in a carbonate reservoir, there is only one formation that is traversed from with three wells with a different depth. I underline here one kind of natural open fracture that we detect in the well A, but this work is based to check the mud losses and the number of an open fracture in order to understand which are the most productive layers to monitoring, obviously, for the oil and gas, but also for the geothermal. Here, for example, you can see that in well C, we have 3 open fracture and also a really less mud losses, but we don't have production. Means that the fracture, there is no connectivity between the fracture. Instead, considering the correlation between the well A and well B, you can see that mud losses is really less and is similar in these 2 wells. But the well A have 13 open fracture, except the 8 of the well B. So we identify a higher production rate in this well. That means that the fracture, there is a good connection between different kind of fracture, and also it's possible to identify in this way the most productive layer in the reservoir. We think also that the second phase is most important to correlate the XRF, XRD analysis with the identification of fracture or layer with hypermeability. For example, in the first column, there is the lithology characterization detected with XRD and XRF analysis. And the second column, there is the interpretation related to the interpretation that derive from the presence of fracture or layer with high permeability. You can see here a core sampling analysis correlate with these 2 columns, and you can see that the first part is characterized to with a permeable zone. So you can see open fracture, but also in white there is a small precipitation of hydrothermal fluid that create calcite that it's possible to detect with XRD and correlate anomalies in strontium, calcium with XRF. The same things is did in the impermeable zone in the belower part. Obviously here we don't found fracture, but we detect different anomalies in strontium, chlorine, arsenic. That means there are precipitation minerals coming from the precipitation of the thermal fluid inside the fracture. And this is a similar case study to this last one, where you can see different kind of mineral and rocks inside the fracture. So there is a precipitation of the fluid and creation of a new mineral that is possible to identify with XRF, XRD. Okay, this is the last slide of my presentation. It's a sort of summary about what I say until now. So I introduced the cuttings analysis in order to have lithological information during drilling. The mud flow in, mud flow out monitoring analysis always that we can have in real time during drilling, but also the importance of the integration of this kind of analysis in order to take the best operational decision making. For example, reducing uncertainty while drilling, understand the presence of anomaly or fracture, and increasing the operational efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from the public? I guess we are all very tired. One, okay.
Because I remember from my days in oil and gas that there were measurements of the fluid quality as well during drilling. And I was thinking about drill bit metamorphism, because you can see that an early signal that the drill bit is being degraded. based on the quality of the gas. And I don't know if that's something that in the geothermal industry has been explored, thinking about the highest temperature cases.
Yes, another thing that I can add is, yes, we can analyze with the mud flow in, mud flow out, and the behavior of the mud flow, but also with the water characterization. So geolog have different instrument. Part of this instrument are able to use on site, but part in our laboratory in order to characterize all the components and the geochemical analysis of the water from the major, minor, trace elements and also isotope. And in the geothermal environment is important for the reason that you say, but also to characterize a different kind of water that are in the same field. So also to understand which is the injection water, which is the water, natural water is important to understand if the drilling works well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elisabetta. So, so we arrived to the closure of this session. I think it was a very interesting technical session. We discussed a lot about skills portability from oil and gas to geothermal sector. We listened the challenges of the sector directly from the industrial players and from the different players in these sectors. And then also the last presentation was very interesting, was a kind of really insight in the everyday job that is done. So it was also, I was very interested in this presentation. And so we close, just for closing, I just really want to say thank you to all the speakers, for the public, and also to SPE. That was really great, this event that you organized, and you put together all the players of the sectors. And this is really a good way for going enhance with the geothermal sector. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for the great moderation, and thank you to all the panelists. We arrived also to the end of the day. I don't know if Andrea wants to come on the stage with me to close as we are together. We hope that you really enjoyed the journey this today we made together. And we talked a lot about knowledge, bridging, and we hope that this was really a first of its kind event in Italy. And SPE, we want to continue to support. So thanks to all of you to be today there with us. And I leave Andrea.
Yes, there is a lot of energy and a lot of passion and a lot of curiosity also from the community. So the material will be available soon. So we have recorded the full day. So we will publish it on our YouTube channel. So you will have also the possibility to follow up the presentation through our social channels, and also I guess we can share the material.
Yes, we will
circulate
collect the feedback and the authorization from the authors, and then we will circulate. We already had feedback and authorization from many speakers, and then we will circulate all together.
So I want again to thank you and to thank Mariella for the excellent work. Please, a big applause also to Mariella.
Thanks, Andrea, but thanks also to Andrea and to the entire team, because it was a very great
team.
Yeah.
It was really a huge teamwork, and also again, because we are all volunteers, so it's not easy to find out the time and the energy to do this work, and all the people that contributed and collaborated with us in the organization of this event.
Yes.
So a couple of logistic information. The first one, there is a shuttle bus to go back to Metro. Should leave. It was initially planned at 6:15, but because we are finishing in time, so we will try to anticipate at 6 o'clock. Okay, so everybody that needs the shuttle bus back to the metro station in 30 minutes will leave from the same location where it dropped you this morning. The second communication is that for everybody that required the badge, the ENI badge, not this one, but the ENI badge to enter the building, remember to leave it at the reception, the external reception, after you badge it and you are out of the building. So don't bring it at home. It's not a present of the conference. So what else? Anything else? So thank you very much for being here, and I hope to see you very, very soon.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Maybe to the last speaker, a request to take a picture together. Also, Daniel, also with you, because we lost you.